Well, hello there. Namaste, shalom, ni hao. How are you doing? So glad you could join me on this day of days, this departure from tradition, this surely painless experience that I'm about to put us all through today. Hi, how are you? I'll be honest with you. When I started playing this event, I did not expect it to go in this direction. Context of for those of you who aren't a part of my Discord server, I casually rewatched my critique on the Duke of Dorse's character design tier list around halfway through July, and I was starting to get interested in wanting to do a review stream of sorts again. So I posed the opportunity to my Discord and asked them to send me movesets. I said that nobody was off the table, be it something you love, something you hate, something you wish was better, a guilty pleasure, and I didn't care. Just send me stuff for the sake of watching and critiquing stuff. And, yeah, I should have realized what would have happened the moment I said something you hate. Long story short, the movesets I received were roughly like 20%, I think this is interesting but flawed, and around 70%, I fucking hate this! Mr. Electric, send this man to the Skibbity Dimension and have him Ohio'd. Like, that is basically the responses I got. It was just those two. No instances of, like, I really like this. It also doesn't help that some folks I used to go to locals with got wind of this, like, really early. And after several instances of me talking to them about a certain creator, they bombarded me with his videos. I don't know if they'll be here to see this live, but you know who you are, and I don't know if I should thank you or curse your existence for the rest of eternity. So yeah, that's why we're here today. It's time to review some movesets. And this time, I'm not going to be as nice as I was in the past. Let's just say that I have no interest in sugarcoating the problems of the content shown. And if something is good, I'll tell you it's good. But if it's bad, oh, I'll be sure to tell you that it's real bad. Also, I don't really care who you like. I'm not interested in any sort of sycophancy. Everyone is free game. Which is honestly why I'm surprised that nobody submitted one of my own videos to me. I thought that somebody was like, yeah, you want to make it about a weekend of slop? Well, here you go. Review your own content, asshole. That never happened. And that was an option. We can, I guess we can save that for a rainy day, though. We can save that for later. Maybe another time I'll review my own work and cringe at it. Also, to stop people from saying, I'm just picking on these specific people again, I'm going to do the only thing that makes sense in this situation. And that is alleviate myself of any and all responsibility, because guess what? It's no longer my fault. It's the wheel's fault. I have amassed about 33 different videos. Some were from my Discord, some were from people that I used to know in the FGC. And about 5 of them were like picked from like 75 different videos put in a randomizer. Because the amount of videos I was getting around the end was a little bit low. So yeah, we're here with the wheel. And whoever it lands on, I have to review them. And I'm going to say this right now. While I'm on good terms with people like Fwee-fwees, And I'm glad that he's back to creating work, and I hope to see him get back into making movesets sometime in the future. I don't know when, but hopefully sooner rather than later, and I hope he doesn't burn himself out again drawing consistently. He's not free of criticism. And I want to feel I've somewhat improved as an on-the-spot reviewer through the last 2 times that I've done this, which is both his critique and the critique of Duke of Dorks. Speaking of which, Duke of Dorks is also on this list too, because people submitted his Ridley and his Dark Matter video. And I should also say this, there's a good chance that some of these might actually be good. And as a palette cleanser, I put in one of my own, not one of my own videos, but one of my own video choices as a palette cleanser if it ever shows up. Because holy hell, this is going to be rough. Some of these are going to be very fucking rough. And today's a day of firsts, as for the first time, we get to look at a couple of people that I haven't talked about yet. Including the big one, of course you've all been waiting for it. It's the one, the only, Dat Smash Bro. His videos just move me to tears every single time I see them. How could you not love that awful AI voice? Okay, let's not beat around the bush. This is the first day we get to review Delzathan's work. Oh, fucking boy! I'm not gonna lie, I almost barred him from being included in this. I almost said no. Everyone's allowed by him. He sits at the child's table across from all the grown-ups. But after I received one of his movesets, almost immediately after opening up the tab in my Discord, not from one of my Discord members, but from somebody else via PM, I just said, fuck it. And now he has like several videos to pick from on this wheel. Oh boy. I've also come up with a solution to a potential problem that this could lead to in the not so distant future. So, I'm not gonna lie to you. Doing these is every single time I've done one of these, I usually end these streams with a massive raging fucking headache. So, to alleviate the stress and, you know, take things easier, I've come up with a, you know, the right solution. Alcohol. Oh, yes, alcohol. Because I have a feeling I'm gonna need it to get through some of these fucking videos. My man, you're going to get wasted. I'm not that much of a lightweight. Besides, I'm not like cranking out like hard stuff. All I have with me right now is a Smirnoff Ice Berry Blast. That's flavored with citrus, blue raspberry, and cherry. Premium vodka beverage, only 5% alcohol per volume. It's not that bad, but it's enough to get me through this. And if one's not enough, I'll go get more. He could have gotten any pain meds, but nope, it's time for alcohol. This is the best pain med, and you know what else? It's liquid courage. So, the filter that was there before might slip earlier than usual. But yes, we've been live for 15 minutes. let's see who the first moveset of the day is. Will it make me fucking hurt? Fuck.
Fuck!
Okay, give me a second. I need to go look for this one. I, for some reason, don't have this one saved on me. Yeah, we're gonna be, the first video of the day is Fwee-fwees and his Scout moveset. You know, very, very topical choice because of the fact that Scout recently just got to the top of the poll in the latest thing I set up for the next moveset. Who's going to be the next moveset? And everybody just picks Scout. And to the people that are like, Scout's boring, why don't you do somebody more interesting? Motherfucker, I'm me. You've seen Scout movesets, but you haven't seen my Scout moveset. Make him interesting. Not hard. Scout has a lot of potential as a character. I mean, Jeremy, not Albertson, has a lot of potential as a character. It's our fault, not me. It's funny because in my Discord, fucking Drago is winning for a little bit. And technically he still is by like 1 vote, but half the Discord hasn't voted yet, so you could potentially make Drago win if you guys save your votes and give them all to Drago. But I digress. Let's talk about Scout. Scout is an interesting character to talk about because when it comes to his potential compared to a lot of the other TF2 mercs, I feel that Scout is the character that gives the creator the most freedom in what you can do with him. Like, for Soldier, you need to have rocket jumping, you need to have all these different weaponry, you need to have the loony personality. Heavy, you need to have the big burly character with a lot of health and has the minigun, sandwich, and the shotgun. Maybe you don't need to use the shotgun if you don't want to, but it's an option. Scout, you can literally do like whatever the fuck you want for like 80% of the moveset and it can work. The problem is that nobody does that. And I can assure you, I will not make that same mistake with mine. But we're not here to talk about my moveset, we're here to talk about BJ's moveset. I sincerely hope that this video is better than the other 5 that I looked at the last time I looked at his content. This was so long ago. This is like moveset number 103. Also, let me know if it's too loud. We need to work out the volume because I know that, from what I can remember, BJ's videos are loud. The few ones I've seen at Dozens are fucking quiet. And the others are somewhere in between.
Jeremy. Job, rapid recovery. Jeremy grew up in the slums of Boston, born from a fling between his mother and a mysterious French assassin. He was the runt of the litter with 7 older brothers. He and his brothers spent their days usually getting into street fights, except because Jeremy was the youngest.
Okay, we don't need to know this.
Triple jump. Beyond that, he would also to show off his moves, especially to the ladies, in the world of Super Smash Bros. So getting right into things, the Scout, just like in Team Fortress 2, would be one of the frailest characters, but makes up for that with excellent mobility.
That's not a bad way. Scout, I don't think needs to be that frail because he doesn't need to be that frail because even though 125 is the lowest health in the game, pretty much everything except for like 2 fucking classes died in 2 shots in that game anyways. You could make him like a barely a middleweight, like a 90 or 89, somewhere around there. It's fine.
Everyone in Smash has one. I feel it only right to give the Scout 3 jumps. Letting him keep
this is like the most common trait that everybody gives Scout. Spoilers, I give it to him too.
Reference his Atomizer bat, which does let him naturally triple jump. Beyond that, he would also have the ability to wall jump and crawl. I don't believe the Scout had any real formal combat training. Everything he knows, he learned growing up on the streets of Boston. As such, I see Scout as a very scrappy kind of character, using underhanded, innovative street tactics while also showing off a bit here and there.
Pretty quiet with the video. Hang on a second. We need to work this out because I have headphones that equalize noise, so something that sounds like quiet, sounds loud to me might not be for you.
He just can't help himself. Scout always goes into fights with some kind of blunt object to knock his foe's lights out. But in this case, he'll mainly be sticking to his signature aluminum baseball bat, which is exactly what he'll be using for his 3-hit jab, replicating his same melee attack animation shown in Team Fortress 2. Starting with a horizontal bat swing to the left, then a downward vertical swing for the second hit, then ends with a downward diagonal swing to launch foes away.
When I originally started making TF2 characters, I too used the basic jab combo for the same animations for like characters like Heavy. But I think that Heavy's translates better because Heavy's the only character that fights with using 2 hands at the same time, and he can alternate which hand he punches with. So punch, punch, uppercut looks visually nice. This just looks like visual garbage. I legitimately think that if you wanted to give Scout something as a jab combo, having this be one of the few instances where he like tries to punch and kick people is probably a better solution because he's just wildly swinging a bat. Not a fan.
That last hit specifically references his melee critical hit animation. Oh, that reminds me. All of Scout's attacks have a 2% chance to crit and deal double damage.
This mechanic sucks. And I know. Didn't you use this too when you made Heavy? Yes, I did. But you know what? If I were to go back and remake that video, which I will eventually, I would not fucking have it. I would remove it. The chance to do double damage on every single attack is annoying. And not to mention, it's not technically random in TF2. Random crits are not random crits. They are slightly less random crits that you get the more damage you deal. There's nothing truly random about crits in TF2. And I think that the concept of having that on a character in Smash is bad if it's on everything. If you wanted to make it so that his Smash attacks had the chance to sometimes do like 1.5 times their usual damage, sure, fine, whatever. I don't think people would really mind that, and it would mimic something that's similar with Hero. But double damage on every single attack? Ah yes, please. I too would love Luigi's Missile on every single move. Hero has only smash attacks, it's stupid. At least there, I don't mind it because smash attacks are something you somewhat have to commit to. What about Scout is committal as a class design? Scout in TF2 is the only class in the game that is allowed to actively pick his fights. He is the only class that's allowed to look at a bad situation and fucking immediately leave. No other class can do that, except maybe Spy, but he needs to act like super early in advance to get out of a bad situation. A Scout can get out of a bad situation in the middle of the bad situation. Again, this mechanic sucks. And I openly admit it sucks. And I will rectify the issues of Heavy having it whenever his video gets remade sometime in the future. But no.
No, unacceptable.
The Scout's dash attack can harken back to his love of baseball and have him do a sliding baseball kick, getting low to the ground and popping foes into the air if it hits.
Very standard, simple, makes complete and total sense, nothing wrong with that, something I expect the Scout to do. Surprisingly, it's not a taunt for him in TF2 yet.
A pretty safe dash attack compared to others, adding the Scout's already impressive movement repertoire. His side tilt can have him stab the top of his bat straight forward, a dirty move that has very little launch potential but causes a lot of hit stun, making it great for either starting or extending combos.
Maybe it's just the way it's drawn, but that attack animation just doesn't look like something Scout would do. I don't know, it's just me, but that animation just doesn't look very good. Who uses a bat as a spear? I mean, you can hit somebody with the head of a bat, and maybe you could even use it as, like, I don't know, his pummel animation when he grabs somebody. But, like, this doesn't look like a move that Scout would do. This just looks a little bit odd.
Up tilt can be the first to have the Scout start to show his moves, having him do a flashy handstand to kick one of his feet straight into the air. It's a narrow attack, so it's hard to aim, but it comes out pretty quickly and has surprisingly little end lag. Though Scout will remain in his handstand for a bit if you let him, but it will cancel as soon as you use any other action once the real end lag ends.
It could be worse. Like, is it something that Scout would do? Yes. But it looks like too much effort to be a tilt. Like, a big overhead swing with the bat probably would have been better. And it probably would have had, better synergy with the fact that the rest of his tilts are bat-related in at least some way, shape, or form. Like, it's okay. It looks more like an up smash than an up tilt.
Down tilt can just be a horizontal bat swing while crouching low to the ground, just like he does in his main game. This is another great poking tool for setting up foes for combos. For the Scouts...
Okay, I need to say this. While I genuinely do love the animation style of Team Fortress 2, the way the characters animate in Team Fortress 2, using them as one-for-one references for attacks in another game does not fucking look okay. We aren't talking about how animators animate TF2 characters. We're talking about how TF2 characters animate in their actual game. Like, animators, like, fan animators love to put, like, a bunch of squash and stretch and all this cartoonish animation overlaid over the mercenaries. And it's fine, and it looks great. It sometimes doesn't look great when it's put into the game as, like, a taunt, because some characters look like they're made of fucking putty. But I think that using this game's animations one-for-one is not exactly the greatest idea. Like, you could have him swing low to the ground, but I think I would prefer you to draw it than show it in-game because it doesn't look great. Animation in TF2 is supposed to be just readable enough for you to see it and react to it. It doesn't need to look the biggest and the flashiest. The only thing that really matters about animation in TF2 is that the team color is kept intact. And there are plenty of people that will tell you how important that is. But yeah, don't rely on this game's animation one for one. Even, like, I know what this is going to be. It's going to be the taunt swing from the Sandman and the Atomizer. But even if you wanted to use that as a forward smash, you need to add more to it because the animation doesn't look the greatest.
Side smash, he pulls out his wooden Sandman and replicates the Sandman taunt. Home run.
Look at that wimpy ass swing. Look at how much he's not putting into, like, pushing himself forward to attack. This animation as a taunt is fine. It's like, I tapped you lightly and now you're fucking gone because this immediately kills people. But as an actual attack, you need to put some more oomph into it, my man. I taught you how to use SFM. I hope for the next time you cover a TF2 character, you potentially consider experimenting with their animations in Source Filmmaker.
Having him do a traditional baseball bat swing. If this attack connects, it causes the bonk effect on foes.
Not really related, but this attack should definitely have the crack from hitting a baseball integrated into the sound design. I mean, the taunt does. And even has, like, a small audience that cheers when you hit somebody with it. But I agree.
And the bat can also reflect projectiles. For his up smash,
with Ness, it was a nice little novelty. I wouldn't mind if it reflects projectiles if it only reflects physical projectiles. In the context of reflecting projectiles, like physical projectiles, that makes sense. You're hitting a physical object with a bat. I think that Scout having the ability to reflect with his forward smash is stupid, because here's the thing. Scout is insanely quick. Ness is not. And I don't think I want to give the squirrely hit-and-run character the ability to reflect projectiles. Yeah, yes, I know. Fox has Reflector, but that's not a fucking baseball bat. And he also has to sacrifice a special slot for that. That's just part of the way Ness's forward smash works. But yeah, I don't think Scout needs a Reflector. He's literally a class that's built to dodge damage. You don't need to give him a way to send it back at somebody. That's Pyro's thing. Scout does not need to take Pyro's thing.
he does a full circular swing with his bat, starting from low back, swinging overhead from low to high, and ending high back.
That looks like the up tilt. That should have been the up tilt. The animation looks bad, but that should have been what the up tilt is. The up smash looks like an up tilt, and the up tilt looks like an up smash. Swap them.
A kinda slow move compared to its others, but still relatively fast. One that can scoop up foes right in front of Scout and launch them into the air. This attack references one of the moves that he uses on Heavy in his Meet the Scout trailer.
If you did this to a Heavy with the actual bat in TF2, you'd fucking die.
For his down smash, he does a part of his Boston breakdance, another one of his taunts. Now turned attack to kick his legs around and launch any foe too close to the show.
That's fine. Honestly, I'm very surprised that for the attacks that involve knockback, he didn't feature the Force of Nature. The weapon that's designed to make people go flying. I don't know, it's just me.
Hits on both sides a few times, alternating sides as he dances, and he does end it with another pose, but the pose can be cancelled. For his aerials, his neutral air can have him do the splits, kicking both feet horizontally outwards at the same time to hit anyone on either side of him.
The drawing's body language is a little bit awkward, but I think that attack is okay. Scout, when he jumps in TF2, his legs turn to fucking spaghetti, so I guess that's fine. It's just drawn weird.
His forward air can have him swing his bat vertically from high to low forward, just like he does to finish off the heavy in his trailer.
That looks more like a down air.
Even though he's more into baseball than volleyball, this is an attack that can spike foes if it sweet spots. The back air can have Scout pose to kick his foot behind himself. He's just showing off again, but it's still a strong attack that can also be cancelled mid-pose.
Again, the drawing's body language is really weird. But I guess that's okay. Feels like something closer to inklings in the air and works better. Probably. Or you could even have like the show-off kick be the neutral air, where he holds a lingering sex kick while posing in some way, shape, or form. That would probably look better than this does. That looks like a neutral air to me. I agree, it does look like a neutral air.
The up air can have Scout turn upside down to do a scissor kick upward, clicking his heels together at the end of the attack. It can scoop up foes to his sides, and the heel click acts as a sweet spot to deal more damage and launch foes into straighter angles. And for his
That one's fine.
down air, he can do some bicycle kicks downward, spinning his legs like you would to pedal a bike to deal damage below himself. It deals multiple hits of damage before popping foes away with the final kick.
Not a bad idea. It's just the way that it's drawn again that just looks a little bit weird. I would expect his legs to be more splayed out because, again, when Scout's legs, when he jumps, turn into fucking jelly and like go at like 90 degrees upwards into the air. But that aside, not a bad idea. It just looks a little weird drawn this way. These aerials are okay.
The Scout can grab with one arm, picking them up the same way he picks up girls, which can't be that comfortable for anybody. He pummels by smacking them with the bottom of his bat, which I hope he doesn't do to the girls he tries to pick up, though that might explain why he's still single.
Equal rights, equal fights.
Amongst other reasons. For his forward throw, he tosses the foe up, then he does a baseball swing with his bat to send him out of the park. His back throw can have him wrap his bat around the foe's neck, then pulls back to slam them into the ground.
Gal is a fast character that can reflect and has a movement and buff to ignore damage but not knockback.
Behind,
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, we're not at the specials yet.
bouncing them into the air, the up throw can have Scout spin to throw the foe into the air with one arm, after which Scout promptly flexes to show off how strong he is.
That's the best move he's designed for this character so far. That is very much Scout. The best thing you could have done was have it so that it's like a cartoonish muscle that like sags because he has no fucking muscle in his arms.
This is his weakest throw, and the down throw can have Scout trip the foe to the ground and smack them with his bat a few times before they get bounced away with the final strongest strike.
This is gonna sound weird. I think the Scout's attacks I think his throws are too clean for the way he's known to fight. Like, he's a scrapper who does like dirty underhanded tactics. These throws feel too clean. There should be more like, I don't know, actual violence. Let him hurt his foes more. Because simple tosses with the forward throw, the up throw's fine. The back throw, you don't really show what it looks like, but by description, it could work. Again, I don't really get like street scrapper from this. I feel that the scrappy nature was only conveyed with the back throw, and that's only because it was a reference. That's kind of a problem with a lot of BJ's movesets.
The Scout's special attacks will be where he moves away from his melee and starts pulling out the big guns. Or kinda big guns? They're not really that big.
It doesn't need to be big. The scatter gun is like one of the best guns in the game for a freaking reason.
His neutral special can be the Scout's primary scatter gun, a short double-barreled lever-action shotgun. He fires it straight forward, shooting a blast that extends the further it flies, but also weakens as it does so, dealing a lot of damage and launch power when close, and negligible damage with no hits done at its max range. The scatter gun also has a higher than normal crit chance if it hits somebody at point-blank range. And
that makes no sense.
the cool thing about this move, while you hold the button down, he'll keep firing it forward over and over automatically, with only a small cooldown after every 6 shots to reload, but he'll immediately resume firing.
Can he move while shooting?
The button held down. On top of that, while holding the special button
thank
down,
Christ.
he fires his scatter gun. This also allows Scout to strafe.
If he couldn't move while shooting, I would have I would have thrown hands, because that is literally like the biggest thing about Scout's combat in TF2. You never stop moving when you're Scout. You are always moving back and forth to make you hard for specific classes to shoot you, and if they're too close, you're jumping over their heads so that they have a harder time locking onto you.
Letting him run forward, backward, and even jump while he automatically fires his scatter gun, further increasing Scout's already insane mobility options.
I think that is the way it should be designed, yes.
Side special.
If you want to, you can even throw in a shield special to help him reload the gun early.
He pulls out his default secondary weapon, his pistol. The pistol functions near identically to his scatter gun, firing it straight forwards, being able to fire it automatically by holding the special button down after activation, and having the option to strafe while firing.
That doesn't work on, first off, it doesn't work on a side special the way it does on a neutral special. Second of all, Scout has the perfect weapon to use for a side special. The perfect weapon. Would anybody like to harbor a guess as to what that is? It's only a weapon that plays into his love of baseball and is a big part of his identity and was fucking busted for like the last 6 years until they nerfed it into the floor and made it completely and utterly useless, and they kind of over-nerfed it. The Sandman. The Sandman's ball. That you could shoot as a physical projectile. There are ways you don't need to immediately stun somebody with it. And you do, because that was a fucking nightmare. Even though I do unironically miss the Sandman Cleaver combos of like 2014, 2015. Scout, as I said, is the most malleable of the mercs, and that you could omit some of his options, and it wouldn't be missed. You don't need the pistol on the Scout. You legitimately don't. I think that the Sandman is a much better option. And hey, you know what? You want to have some fun with this idea? You're talking about how the forward smash can reflect projectiles. First off, not exactly the greatest. I'd limit it to only physical projectiles. But if you want an option that could reflect projectiles and play into somewhat of a long-range game to help Scout, approach. When you use the Sandman's ball in TF2, you don't get it back right away. it recharges over a set amount of time unless you pick it up yourself. What if you don't get your ball back and you swing, you can use that swing to reflect projectiles. I know, brilliant. Because that's the attack that actually has him hitting a fucking ball. I also think that the current design for the Sandman would probably work very well in Smash, as a ball that just slows people down for a set period of time. Anything is better than the pistol, because the way he designed the pistol, it basically homogenizes with the Scaragon, and it doesn't really do much because the pistol's damage is shit, and you only ever use a pistol on Scout to bully sentries from a range where they can't shoot you, or you're using the winger to jump higher. There's really no other in between. Yeah, I think the pistol's a little bit poopy. Get rid of it.
The big difference between the two guns being that the pistol fires small, narrow shots, but they have superior range with no damage drop-off. But even then, it's still relatively weak, only dealing small flinching damage. But the pistol is a lot more spammable, able to fire 12 very quick shots before needing a quick reload. Moving right along to the Scout's up special, he could use another one of his shotguns, the Force of Nature, but he'll be using it very differently compared to his scattergun. When you fire the Force of Nature, its strong kickback pushes Scout into opposite of whatever direction he fired it into, and it can be fired into any direction you wish based on controller input. Except, it
sure can
fires into the direction opposite of where you pointed the control stick. This is to prioritize movement. This allows
that sounds very fucking confusing.
Of Nature to be used as a recovery option, since at default, when holding up, he'll fire the gun downward, which will propel Scout higher into the air. It doesn't send him that much higher compared to his jumps, but having 2 mid-air jumps plus high aerial mobility should really mean that Scout will still have excellent recovery regardless. It will put him into freefall when used in the air, but I can still see this as a great mobility option, letting Scout maneuver himself quite easily.
It's funny because arguably the Force of Nature, for as good as it can be in specific situations, the Force of Nature is like the shittiest mobility tool that Scout has. The winger lets him jump higher naturally. That's already a nice touch. The atomizer gives him a third jump. And you need to sacrifice using a scattergun to use this. And the scattergun is literally, like, again, it's one of the best weapons in TF2. There's a reason why that gun has, like, never been touched since release. It's just perfect the way it is. You could there are options for his recovery. Like, for example, you can make his recovery hype jumps, which was like the ability of the soda popper. You don't need to give him the soda popper weapon itself, but you could still just give him hype jumps, which is basically just he gets like 3 to 4 extra jumps, and he can do like these funny, wacky poses while he jumps because, again, Scout's legs are made of fucking spaghetti. It's not an awful idea. But the Force of Nature in TF2 is very ineffective unless you're like right next to the fucking ground. The height you get off of the Force of Nature when you're like a decent height off the ground is like nothing. That's kind of what I meant with taking the soap opera, the jump's not the gun itself, otherwise it'd basically be the same as what Brawlfan has. Well, yeah, see? Good minds think alike. So does alcohol. But yeah, it's inoffensive. It's kind of, again, it's a little bit upsetting that you have this weapon that's known for knockback, and that's literally what it's used for. Like, the only times you ever see a scout running Force of Nature, unless he's got like an Australian one, is you're playing on like Thunder Mountain on defense, and they're coming around the first corner, and you just run up and blast like 5 people off the fucking cliff. Or you're using it on maps like Hightower that have like the areas that you can launch people into pits. That's the only time you ever see scouts using this weapon. What's the down special? Because the down special, unironically, is where a lot of BJ's movesets go to shit.
For the power of the gun itself, it works like a scatter gun with less range, dealing more damage the closer foes are to the barrel. Additionally, if you shoot a foe point blank while it's firing downward, it will spike them. And finally, for the Scout's down special, he'll be downing his favorite drink, Bonk Atomic Punch.
I'm concerned.
This incredibly unhealthy drink would normally just kill a man, but not the
It also weighs like 250 kilograms.
Scout. After chugging, he becomes completely invincible for some reason.
What?
After drinking it, Scout becomes immune to all damage for the next 8 seconds. His percentage will not increase at all. However, while under its effects, he'll be unable to use any of his specials or smash attacks. His other attacks and grab.
What does it fucking matter? What does it fucking matter? He's invincible for 8 seconds, but he can't use his specials or his smash attacks. And? Is there supposed to be an end in this sentence, sir? 8 seconds. 8. I've already gone into like lengths about how fucking long seconds are in a fighting game, and how so much can happen in the span of like 5 to 10 seconds in a game like Smash. You know, just let's give Scout, this super fucking fast character, the ability to go invincible for 8 seconds. And during this time, I don't know, fucking die, I guess? I don't know. What do you want me to say? This is fucking awful. Was gonna say, well, he can't recover at least, but then I realized, wait, he's invincible. It doesn't matter. Exactly. What are the limits on this? I need to hear what the limits are. This bear, like, even if there's like fucking extreme limits to it, it needs to change. But regardless, just go. No, thank you.
Grabs are free game though. He is also still susceptible to knockback. It's just damage that he can't take. So
so you can still fucking beat him around. But again, like, it's not technically pure invincibility. I know. What's Scout's weakness in bonk form? A fucking pyro. But even then, that's still too much. Scout should not have the ability to halt how much fucking damage he takes. Like, that's just not okay. For any character. If there's ever a move or an instance where a character can negate taking damage, it's always something that either has a massive risk to it, or it's very, very short. Case in point, holding up your shield. This is no. No thanks, not interested.
Knockback dealt to him will be calculated based on his current damage percent. But he is immune to the knockback and hit stun caused by projectiles.
Oh, good. Negate the ability of, I don't know, like a third of the cast.
So drinking this lets him completely counter projectile spammers.
Why would he need it? Why would he need it? Why? Just, you can just make the character have really good air mobility. Really good, like, traction, ground mobility, air mobility. He's really good at changing his direction on a dime, because that's what Scout is. That's how he avoids damage. He doesn't face tank projectiles. He's not fucking Spy with a kunai, he's Scout. Because BJ hates projectile spammers. Nobody likes projectile spammers. But that doesn't change. Also, he's a fucking rushdown character. Rushdown characters are the characters that flip the fucking bird to projectile spammers, because they make sure they can't use them because they're always in their face. Zoners are fun, and can be fun, but they're not very fun to watch. I regret nothing for making people watch me play Monot in locals for like 5 fucking years. What is happening? Why are we leaving the video? Where are we going? I don't want to go on this car ride with you, BJ. Take me home. Take me back. Take me back. Why are we going to the fucking grocery store? Why are we looking at Monster Energy?
Why don't they have it in stock? Now you do need to be wary with...
I fucking hate your cutaway jokes. This reminds me of the time I went to the grocery store looking for projectile invulnerable liquid, Lois. No.
Boring! Boring! Snooze!
The effects of the punch wear off, because when they do, Scout
Hello,
becomes
Joe.
sluggish for a few seconds, leaving him open to punishment. And for the sake of his kidneys, liver, and all of it.
Sluggishness, yes. Don't specify how sluggish, because, you know, it kind of matters when you're a character that is as fast as the Scout. Not to mention, the sluggishness doesn't really matter. I like how the next video up is a German video, and I just did a German voice as a reference. And we're talking about Jeremy the Scout. I just lost my train of fucking thought. Yeah, don't specify how long he's down for, or, you know, the fact that Scout usually just uses the bonk to run away, and by the time he's out of everybody's face, it doesn't matter about the sluggishness. Honestly, he could have just made that one joke by just, like, searching up fucking Monster Energy or, like, energy drinks on, like, Amazon.com. You didn't need to show me. You didn't need to literally kidnap me and shove me into your fucking car.
His other organs really.
Can you tell the alcohol is taking effect yet?
He has to wait for around 25 seconds before he can drink another can. So in short, Scout is a master of mobility, escape options, poke pressure, hit and run, and overall being
invincible for 8 fucking seconds.
a big show off. Think like the Scout, become the Scout. That's how you'll get ahead. Well, not when it comes to being respected by your peers, or getting dates, or getting a formal education. You know what? Just forget I said anything.
Scout doesn't need those things, and neither does his player base. Also, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really get a majority of that description from the Scout. From this version of Scout. I get that he gets the annoying aspect of Scout down with the double weaponry. And again, I think you could have just done that with the Scout gun and being able to strafe back and forth while shooting it, because That is literally what Scout does in TF2. Thank you for not making him stand still while shooting. Wait, did I miss it? Did he say this thing has 25 seconds of cooldown? I don't want to go back through the Family Guy gag again, please. I need to replay this. No, I don't care.
Now, you do need to be wary when the effects of the punch wear off, because when they do, Scout becomes sluggish for a few seconds, leaving him open to punishment.
That's fine. That's a change that was made to the bonk some point in the last few years.
And for the sake of his kidneys, liver, and all of his other organs, really, he has to wait for around 25 seconds before he can drink another can.
So he'll be fucking dead by the time he gets to drink another can. So it basically equivalates out to like 8 seconds of invincibility per stock. Still too much. Still too much. Why the fuck didn't you just use the Criticola? Like, the Criticola, you could have done something with and make work. You know, increase your damage, but like cut your weight. Spoilers for my own moveset. You know, something along those lines. Something that makes more sense for a utility option that isn't just, you can't do shit to me for 8 seconds.
So in short, Scout is a master of mobility, escape options, poke pressure, hit and run, and overall
I definitely don't get poke pressure from this.
just being a big
Aside from the scattergun, I don't get poke pressure from this. It also, again, doesn't really match the Scout. The Scout's entire thing, for the most part, is to get into a situation, is like, flank around and like take somebody out before they have a chance to respond. That's why Scout is like the king of killing medic in any sort of competitive scene of TF2. Or any like semi-competitive game of TF2. You're not looking out for fucking Spy, you're looking out for the fucking Boston maniac running 30 miles an hour at you with a gun that will kill you in 2 shots. And he's fast enough to get the hell out of there before that team can respond, making him a much better flank class than the Spy.
show off. Think like the Scout, become the Scout. That's how
I think you need to think more like the Scout.
you'll get ahead. Well, not
Because this moveset is like a car crash in slow motion. It's like I'm watching you fly through the windshield.
when it comes to being respected by your peers, or getting dates, or getting a formal education. You know what? Just forget I said anything. For the Scout's Final Smash! He could have a cinematic Final Smash that can only target one opponent. After chugging a can of critical,
Oh, there it is.
he dashes forward, and any foe in his way will be pulled in. It then plays out with Scout starting a one-sided street brawl with that foe, beating the ever-living tar out of them, racking up tons of damage. The smash finishes with Scout winding up his bat and smashing the foe's cranium with...
Do you want my idea for a final smash? What you could have done for Scout? Unironically, swap the drinks. Give him Bonk Atomic Punch in his final smash. And make it kind of like a counter final smash, where somebody tries to hit him, and he fucking laughs it off because he can't take any damage. Where he then proceeds to beat the living shit out of you and then finish with the home run swing.
the massive...
Do you have to fucking scream? It's not that loud on my end. I have better headphones than I did back then. Holy shit, I feel sorry for you if you screamed in your ear. Again, I have noise equalizer headphones, so stuff that might seem loud isn't as super loud to me. Stuff that might be quiet isn't as quiet to me.
Bonk, hitting them so hard that they're launched away as soon as the cinematic concludes.
I feel like speed would probably be emphasized for Scout's Final Smash. You could mix it in, you know, the idea of he's moving so fast. Because I always saw it as the fact that through drinking the Bonk Atomic Punch, he's moving so fast that shit vibrates through him. I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be. So you could add that speed into him literally raging demoning his opponent to death with his speed from the Bonk Atomic Punch. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that that's what the Bonk Atomic Punch does in the canon. He's vibrating so fucking fast that nothing can hit him. Or shit just passes through him.
For the Scout's colors, I'll be giving him the same color schemes that I gave to both Heavy and Soldier, starting with the Redman Man colors, then the Blutarch Man colors, then the Gray Man colors.
The colors are whatever. Honestly, if I were to... I'll just let this go. If I were to review this moveset and give it like a number, I'd give it like it's like a 5. It's like passable. It's nowhere near as bad as the ones we looked at the last time we looked at Brawl Fan. Like, not even close. I'll definitely say, though, I hate these colors. Scout has so many cosmetics. You can not only give Scout a different hat, you could give him a fucking jacket for every single one of his colors. Like, is that really necessary? You have all of these options, and Scout has it arguably better than, like, everybody else. I think the only other class that comes close to having as many, like, options and combinations is, like, Pyro. But that's because Pyro is so malleable and you can basically turn his head into whatever the fuck you want to. I feel it's focusing more on Scout's playstyle more than his personality, and even then it's not all there. I agree. It also is missing parts of his playstyle. If anything, I just want him to take his time, because trying to appease the algorithm gods is not good for morale or mental stability. I agree. I have a feeling that his next character will be better. I want to have that hope. In general terms, what do you consider a good Smash design? That is a very, very vague question. I think that a Smash design is good when the moves all feel cohesive and believable. They flow well with one another. The character's gameplay style is also believable and makes sense for the character. You're not going to turn, like, Scout into a fucking tank, for example. And I think that having a character that shows off a lot of their personality through their animations is important. Which is another reason why, while I do, again, really like the animation style of TF2, I don't think that it's a good basis, one-for-one basis, for a lot of the animations for these characters, because the personality of these characters is so much fucking bigger than what's allowed in TF2. And that's the problem. Good Smash design is Captain Falcon. Agreed. But Fox is better. feel that BJ can make good movesets. It's just that he doesn't have the time to properly think through some things. I think that he needs more people in his think tank. I think that he needs to have feedback from more people. Because no disrespect to the people that he knows, but it's clear that they have their issues too. No, I'm not saying come to me. I cannot be a consultant for everybody under the sun. But I think that you should open up your group to more opinions and feelings on content, because I think that from what I'm looking at here, it's like you've got a slight idea. You slightly hit the nail on the head. You didn't fully hit it. It's like 30% in. And you bent it a little bit. I think you need more people to bounce ideas off of. I think you need more people, again, in your think tank, in quotes. TF2 in-game mainly shows the character's personality through voice lines for a reason. The in-game animations are just doing the bare minimum to be readable. Yes, and for a good reason, because it's a very fast game, and you need things to be simple so that you can see things when things are going at a million miles a fucking hour.
And finally, from Man vs. Machine, a Scout Bot alternate costume.
That color's fine.
For the stage
I'll probably give that to Scout too.
intros,
I think that the robots should be represented in Smash if the mercenaries ever get in.
Scout appears from one of the engineer's teleporters, which breaks as soon as he steps off. For his
Teleport stealing asshole.
taunts, his first can be
You should never be taking a teleporter as a Scout.
his scattergun taunt, where he slaps his thigh while pretending to ride a horse and shouts, "Woohoo!" His second can be his pistol taunt, where Scout starts jogging in place while checking his neck pulse and looking at an imaginary watch. During this, he'll shout, "I'm running circles around you." And his last can be his default bat taunt, where he spreads his arms before doing a gesture with his left arm, during which he says, "Who wants some of this?" And fight.
Where's the bonk? You need to let him say bonk. That's like 80% of his personality. It's just one fucking word. Also, hear me out. I think that Scout is a character that is so... His personality is so fucking ingrained into who he is. You could have Scout be one of the first characters that inputting a taunt can give you a chance of doing like 3 different taunts at once. Like you could have like taunt number 1 be the regular primary taunt, the bucket of chicken, and like the Scout breakdance, for example. And that each time you use it, you have a chance to get a unique one each time. And you can do that for all of his taunts. Give him 9 taunts. Why? Because it's exactly what the fuck I expect from the Scout. Scout is literally, like, a majority of his voice lines are literally just shitting on the other mercs. Hell, let Scout just casually, like, badmouth the mercs too, while he's just playing the game. Like he taunts them when he does like a perfect shield or something. Like, miss me? Nope. What's the matter, you freaking stupid? Yeah, give Scout like Dan taunts. I think that, hell, you could turn one of his taunts, you can give him the taunt where Scout literally does like one of Dan's special moves in the Versus series, where he like scribbles an autograph on a piece of paper and throws it at somebody. You could do this with Scout, and it would be perfectly in character.
Finally, for the Scout's victory animations, they can be 3 more of Scout's taunts, with his first having him do his Bat in 1,000 taunt, showing Scout spitting.
Again, you could just add that to his taunt list.
Yawns while popping it up and saying,
"Oh yeah, I'm the best."
I'm the best.
His second can be his full Boston break dance, popping off on his fallen foes while yelling,
Yeah, that just happened.
And his final can be Deep Fried Desire, where Scout is just eating fried chicken out of a bucket and he says,
Oh man, classic Scout.
I am very shocked there is no reference to him having the intelligence. How is there no instance of the Scout like bringing in the intelligence briefcase? That's literally what he's made to do. He's the best one at it. The term Scout Rush exists for a reason on CTF maps. Because literally at the beginning of every match, the Scouts of both teams just fucking beeline it for the other person's intelligence, and they fucking die in excruciating fashion. Like, how is there no reference to the objectives of the game when TF2 is a objective-based game?
Try not to fall for him.
There was no TF2 ending screens of victory animation. Yeah, there wasn't one of those either.
For what if the Scout was in Smash? So, if you enjoyed what you saw and would like to see even more characters be given possible
Again,
moves,
that wasn't terrible. That was, again, that's like a 4 or 5 out of 10. We have seen worse. Let's not beat around the bush. We have seen so much fucking worse. I'm looking at you, Isaac. Holy shit, I'm looking at you, Isaac. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this one was not as bad. I think that compared to the other 5 we've looked at for him, this is easily the best one we've looked at. And I think that's mainly thanks to the fact that there's a lot of Scouts, a lot of stuff that you can expect from Scout is very, very simple and easy to understand. And that the character kind of did a lot of the heavy lifting for him. God forbid Evie and Cynthia. I don't want to talk about them either. I don't want to talk about that fucking Spiritomb. Though I should note that Sinnoh Trainer is on that wheel, so we might have to be talking about another Pokemon trainer. Sadly, I can't stay. I'm out of town this evening. I'll watch it in post. Have a good evening. Have a good evening yourself. Cheers, mate. But if I were to describe this moveset in a single sentence, today ain't your day, pancakes. Today ain't your day. Could be better. I legitimately think that you could probably benefit from remastering some of your older work. And while I know that this technically isn't that new, so isn't that old? Like, is this moveset 103? Just consider trying something new. And I'm gonna be fucking honest here. If you need help with some characters, just fucking message me. We know each other on Discord, and I know there's a good chance you're gonna fucking see this. If you need help with something, just fucking message me. Like, bruh. I have thousands upon thousands of hours in TF2. I can give advice for a lot of things. Anyway. Scout done. I need to move it in the list. Let's see who character number 2 is. Please, oh please, I beg of you, please don't make me suffer. Have you played Yokai Watch? I have not. I can't play it on 3DS because Citra... Actually, no, I have Citra. I saved my Citra from that nightmare of a situation. I hope for somebody different. Okay, number 2. Let's go! Bandana D by the Dex's Show. Oh yeah, I think this is one of the ones where people were like, this one's not bad. If that's the case, I'll fucking take it. Hang on a second. Look at my Discord for it. Oh, here we are. Dexys presents Bandana Waddle Dee. I've never heard of him either. I have no idea what to expect, but I'll definitely say this. Bandana Dee is a character that is very hard to make interesting. And I think the reason he's so hard to make interesting is because everybody literally built him the exact same way. The best movesets for Bandana D, I know it's Bandana Waddle Dee, I like just calling him Bandana D because it's so much less of a fucking mouthful. The best movesets for Bandana D are where people actually like try putting in new things. And no, I don't just mean like, his neutral special is beam because... I don't know, this weapon has a fucking mage staff in it now for some fucking reason. Anyway, hi Sakurai, how are you doing today?
皆さんこんにちは。空の桜井正宏です。大乱闘スマッシュブラザーズスペシャルなのですが、この度
Are you coming to tell me about the rollback netcode update?
冠を達成するという記録が出てしまいました。その他にもすごくいろいろな賞をいただいています。一つ一つが
Well, that's one fucking hell of an introduction.
Hello everyone, I'm Dexys from the Dexys Show, a big fan of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate game. I'm here to inform
You do not deserve to be in that fucking chair, sir.
Unavailable and will not be able to present the
Did you leave his fucking body sitting underneath the fucking desk?
So, in his place, I will be showing you how to use a different fighter than the one Mr. Sakurai had prepared for us, which will be revealed now.
Unironically, as weird as this introduction is, this is probably the only way you'd get Bandana D into Smash. Is it bad as if Sakurai was taken out by force? As if you'll have to Negan Sakurai in order to get Bandana D into Smash.
Please take a look.
I am cautiously optimistic. Don't mind, I just slurred my words for a second there. That is a low quality trailer, Jesus Christ. Well, this is definitely not what I expected when I started this video. Dead. Bandana Waddle Dee takes the cake. The budget went down in a lot of recent years. Yeah, a little bit. I appreciate the effort. I can definitely say that probably took a while to edit, and I appreciate the effort. Maybe you could have cut it down a little bit, though.
Yes, there you have it. Bandana Waddle
That's also probably the amount of budget that Sakurai would allow for Bandana D's trailer.
from the Kirby series.
Excuse me.
The Kirby series hasn't gotten a new fighter since Super Smash Bros. Brawl. So I mean, Sakurai decided that it was about time Kirby fans got a new fighter in the game. And who better than the fourth main character of the series? In case you're not familiar.
How about Marks? I like Marks more than I like Bandana D as a newcomer, honestly. I think Marks offers more of an interesting potential playstyle as an actual true final boss.
With the Kirby series or Bandana Waddle Dee, don't worry. I will now be explaining a few things. So, who is Bandana Waddle Dee?
He's a fucking bandana wearing Waddle Dee.
Waddle Dee was first introduced in Kirby Superstar as the first opponent in the minigame Megaton Punch. And that's pretty much
Bandana D would be cool, but have we considered Dark Matter?
He only appeared in just this.
I don't know. Will he use nothing but a sword? And beam smash attacks? And have the ability to possess people and fuck with their controls? God, I hope not.
One. I'm kidding. After this minuscule appearance, he wasn't seen again for a while, all the way up into.
Okay, we do not need to know who Bandana Waddle Dee is. Anybody who gives a shit about Bandana Waddle Dee, or Bandana D, as I'm just going to be calling him because I don't like the fucking mouthful of that name, they know who Bandana D is. How can you not know who Bandana D is if you even remotely play Kirby nowadays?
Out of the way, let us begin. So, this is our new fighter, Bandana Waddle Dee. I've made him play almost exactly as he.
What is the quality of this video? I'm not drunk or anything, right? That looks blurry to everybody else, right? It's I think the footage is a little bit low res.
Does in the Kirby games. The only major difference is that he's not able to air hop indefinitely. Instead, here, he'll be able to jump.
Probably just blurry because the footage is zoomed in. No, I've worked with Bandana D footage before. Spoilers. But, no, it doesn't look that bad zoomed in.
Twice. Bandana Waddle Dee's primary weapon is his trusty spear.
That's like 360p.
Long-reaching attacks, and has a temper effect. You are better off using the spear when an opponent is just at the tip of the weapon, instead of right next to you. The spear isn't the only weapon Bandana Waddle Dee has used though. Waddle Dee kind are known for using parasols, Bandana Waddle Dee being no different. He has used the weapon in the past, and has brought it here to Super Smash Bros. Parasol attacks are slower and don't reach as long, but are better for when the opponent is next to you.
What is he, a stance change character?
The natural attack is Spear Thrust, where Bandana Waddle Dee thrusts his spear forwards. You can follow this attack with a flurry attack by quickly tapping multiple times the attack button after the first spear thrust.
Here's the thing. I think Bandana D's spear thrust should be a forward tilt. And I think you should make something original for the jab combo. It leads into the rapid attacks. I think you should make it like they did with the Belmonts, where the basic weapon swing is the side tilt, because it looks better and probably would function better as a side tilt. I've also always been a little bit wary on making Bandana D work as a fighter, because you would essentially be creating a character with it's very small, with very small hurt boxes, but massive fucking hitboxes, considering the fact that the weapon grows to like twice the size of his body.
press to the opposite side he is attacking to after the first spear thrust or after the multi-spear thrust.
Delston did it. Of fucking course he did.
If you, instead of tapping, press and hold the attack button, Bandana Waddle Dee will instead do the parasol swing attack. If you leave the attack button pressed during this attack, he will spin his parasol in place, doing the parasol.
Oh, so he's got a Ryu and Ken thing going on.
Dash attack is parasol drill.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Spear throw. If you
Excuse me?
Button, Bandana Waddle Dee will hold his throwing position. While
Side
in this
tilt.
state, he will be able to slowly
Not
move forwards and
not a special move. This is side tilt.
backwards. Once you release the attack button, he will throw a single spear forwards. The up tilt is skyward thrust.
No. No, thank you. That's not a side tilt. And this kind of worries me. This is probably just as he made the range shorter than the gains. Well, yes, he's also infamous for under-designing characters as well, but that's besides the point. I have no problem with Bandana D using a weapon, swapping in between spear and parasol for like different attacks. Like if his up air is the parasol, but his like forward air is the spear. Whatever. Perfectly fine. Makes complete and total sense. And does a good idea of representing the character and the abilities they've had over the years. This is the wrong way to do it. I would not Ryu and Ken moveset this guy. I would not Ryu and Ken moveset anybody but Ryu and Ken. Except for like very, very like rare specific characters. Like maybe like Imposter. But that's it. The idea is to make the character simple because the character is simple. This is the common player 2 character. You probably want to keep him on the level of complexity as Kirby.
The down tilt is parasol twirl. His neutral air is also parasol twirl, but if while Bandana Waddle Dee is doing this attack you press down, Bandana Waddle Dee will instead do the parasol dive attack. His forward
But
air is
wouldn't that just be down air?
barrage, where he can throw a
Fucking,
forward.
oh fucking Jesus! No! No. This is not a forward air. This is not a forward air. What does Ryu and Ken this guy mean? Basically give him light and heavy inputs. That's basically what it means.
As he pleases. His back air is back thrust. His up air is the skyward thrust. And his down air is the moon drop. Bandana Waddle Dee also has the iconic spear move only he can do, the ground thrust. Here, to do it you have to make a special input.
What?
Press down, then forwards and attack, or down while running.
While I admire that you are daring enough to use command inputs when it is something that is scorned by the casual players of Smash in today's day and age, no? I don't know.
Sledge attack is a short version of the Gale thrust, and his get up attack is a quick version of the windmill. Both attacks being from Kirby Battle.
What are the smash attacks?
He does the aqua shot. In his up smash, he does the Shambrella. And in his down smash, he does the parasol spin.
Does Bandana D really need a projectile forward smash? You're giving a character with a very small hurt box a large weapon already. Why are you giving him a projectile forward smash? The down smash is okay. Honestly, if you really wanted to like experiment with Bandana D and the potential you could do with his attacks, I would give him elemental attacks from Star Allies, where he can do like a forward smash where his spear's on fire, an up smash where his spear is covered in electricity, or he can have a down smash where he stabs the ground and creates an outward wave of ice. Stuff like that. You don't need a projectile forward smash.
Bandana Waddle Dee grabs the opponent with his free hand. He pummels.
I would honestly argue that you don't need to give a projectile forward smash to like any character in the game.
To grab the opponent by whacking them
Yes, even Mega Man.
with the stick of his spear. The forward throw is his throw from Kirby Fighters 2. The back throw and up throw are both circus throw. And the down throw is a circus throw from Kirby Battle Royale. As you can see, most of the attacks are straight up taken from his moves in Kirby games. Well,
Most. Did I fucking miss one that was original? Because they all look like it was just pulled from 360p footage.
also borrowing some moves from the spear and parasol copy abilities. Now I'd like to go over his specials.
What are the specials?
First, his neutral special is Megaton Punch, an attack
What?
based off his first appearance in Kirby Superstar. In the attack, Bandana Waddle Dee punches the ground, causing the floor in front of him to crack. The punch can be just as strong as Captain Falcon's Falcon Punch, and the crack in the floor will also hurt and launch any opponent standing over it, similarly to the Power Block.
Jump. Just fucking jump.
The special button is
Also, I've seen Megaton Punch be used in Bandana Waddle Dee's moveset. Usually, people just give it to him as a Final Smash. And I honestly think that that's probably the best place for it, because it is like his biggest show of power. But I don't think I need to. Do I need to explain why a completely grounded move like this is a bad design idea in a game that's so heavily based on moving around in 8 different directions? Nobody's gonna get hit by this. Also, how does it work in the air? I hope he explains that.
pressed. A small-timed minigame based off the one in Megaton Punch appears over Bandana Waddle Dee.
I saw a moveset in Rivals of Aether that gave this. He made Megaton Punch's down smash. And it worked, because it brought up like 2 rocks on either side of him and it was fine.
You have to press and hold the button for it to move around. Once you let go of the special button, it will stop moving. The strength and length of the attack depends on how close to the center that button is.
Okay,
If
but
it's in
air?
either of the corners, the attack will be very weak and will only reach in front of him. If it ends in the exact middle, the attack will be very strong, and it reaches up to the half of battlefield. If done in the air, Bandana Waddle Dee will simply punch the air. Thus, to make up for the lack of range and that gimmick, this version of the attack will be very, very deadly.
Why? Why not just have him dive back towards the fucking ground? Just have him dive towards the floor. That's what he does in the actual Megaton Punch game. He jumps up and then punches the floor.
Next, his side special is Rough Rider. Waddle Dee's
What?
games can be usually seen riding pig-like enemies known as Nuffs. Bandana Waddle Dee does that in his side special. A Nuff pops out of nowhere and he rides on.
You know, when I said I like it when people add unexpected things to Bandana Dee's moveset, I was literally not expecting you to go full hog.
Directly forwards. Ruff runs forwards and automatically jumps off ledges. Once it runs into an opponent, it gets defeated and poofs out of existence. It can also get defeated if it gets hit once, knocking Bandana Waddle Dee out of it. To get a
Oh good, so it's basically a shitty version of Bowser Jr.'s side special. Or Wario's.
simply press the jump button
Or literally any character that has a move like this.
and Bandana Waddle Dee will hop out of its back. This will leave the Ruff running on its own. Next is his up special, Waddle Copter.
Okay, that one is like...
Bandana Waddle Dee
If you have a Bandana Dee moveset that doesn't have this as your recovery special, I'd be very, very fucking shocked. It's like, herder, this is the move that everybody will use. myself included, if I ever decide to make a Bandana moveset.
Before, you must have already seen this one coming. Bandana Waddle Dee puts his spear over his head and spins it super fast, as if it was a helicopter blade. Impressive, isn't it? When started, Bandana Waddle Dee will go
It's something.
distance up into the air, and will then stay there while spinning his spear. Now you are free to move around as much as you want.
I sincerely hope that's not the fucking height you go up, because that's not very high.
The amount of time you have to control him while flying around depends on how long you hold the special button before doing this attack. He then slowly descends while spinning his spear slower than before. During this state, you can press down for him to go down faster. This attack is very similar to Piranha Plant's up special. Next is his down special.
Which I don't know if that's a good comparison, because Piranha Plant's up special sucks.
Gem Apple Throw.
Wait,
In
what?
the Clash games, Bandana Waddle Dee likes to rest under the shade of the Gem Apple tree.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is a move Megalore uses. This is Megalore. Why is he using a move that Megalore
As
uses?
a Dream Friend in Kirby Star Allies, he throws those very same gem apples as explosives. Since Bandana Waddle Dee has a connection with those apples, I believe that he could use those in his moveset. For this attack, Bandana Waddle Dee throws a single gem apple bomb.
Fuck, I'm already out. I might have to go get another
The
one.
bomb can be manually detonated, but it automatically blows up on its own after some time passes. The explosion caused by the gem apple bomb can change depending on how long it's out. The gem
I don't know why
apple
he's using
bomb
Magalore's
will
attack.
grow more to indicate the explosion has grown.
If you want an example, what I was saying earlier about how I feel that movesets need to be cohesive in order to feel like they're very well designed, this is not cohesive at all. This is the opposite. This is kind of not good. Not even 2 videos in, we're already out. In my defense, we've been going for almost 2 hours. So yes. I just looked at how much fucking time is in this video. How are you going to spend 16 more minutes talking about this character?
The gem apple bomb is also treated like an item, meaning that it can be held and thrown by opponents. You might want to keep an eye while holding the gem apple bomb, since it might explode while you're holding it. Lastly, his final smash is Waddle Dee Ball Burst, a final smash that combines the Waddle Dee balls from Kirby Star Allies with King Deddede's Super Smash Bros. Brawl final
Ah
smash.
yes, I too love the big gay dance.
A large Waddle Dee ball that falls directly on top of him and anyone around it, this causing massive damage to any unlucky foe hit by the ball of cuteness. The ball then blows up into a crowd of Waddle Dees that run across the stage for 10 seconds,
It feels
damaging anyone in their way.
so detached from Bandana Dee. And I know, Final Smashes are usually detached from the character that they're a part of. And honestly, are almost always like one of the worst designed aspects of the character that they're attached to. But what does this have to do with Bandana Dee? Why does he just summon a massive ball of brothers and sisters and throws them at his enemy to kill them?
I'll also touch on a few other things.
What is left in this?
Animation is from the intro cutscene of Kirby's
Nature
New
was-
Collection.
Okay,
This animation is
we're
from
not
the
going over fucking song lists. That's my face when I saw the amount of time left in the fucking video. Holy Jesus Christ.
to his animation.
I'll let you get to the end of this section, but after that, I think I'm calling it there,
He
Chief.
grabs the stage just like how he holds onto the Warp Star in Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Let's see what happens when swallowed by Kirby. Yep, he wears the same blue bandana. His taunts are
To the surprise of nobody, I'm
from
sure.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland, a shorter version of his short victory dance in Kirby Battle Royale, and his Dream Friend animation from Kirby Star
We're
Allies.
not going over all of it.
Here are his color variations. The first 3 are based on his colors in
Hang on a second. Did I just fucking see what I thought I saw? Give me a second.
Allies. And here
The character's name is Bandana Waddle Dee. Why does he have two alts where his entire identity is gone? Baldanity. Fuck off. I love that. Nice. Baldanity. Excuse me.
There are his color variations.
Sponsored by
Are
Rogaine.
based on his colors in Kirby Star Allies and Kirby and the Rainbow Course, yellow and green, while blue being based only from Kirby Star Allies. The pink color is based on the playable pink Waddle Dee on the Kirby 64 minigames. The red color is from his original sprite appearance, and the last two are based on regular Waddle Dees, orange being their main color.
Yes,
and
I
green
get
based on
that.
their appearance in
But
the Game Boy.
why? But his name is Bandana Waddle Dee. You can't take away a third of his fucking name.
Games.
That was the thing that made him unique.
His victory animation
You're giving the people that call him a Goomba with a hat too much of an argument. Because once you take away the hat, you just made him the fucking Goomba.
are taken from Kirby's Return to Dreamland, Kirby Battle Royale, and Kirby Fighters 2.
It's whatever.
I hope that you enjoy the references to many appearances and animations of his.
I think I'm checking out there, Chief. I don't need to know about his stage. I don't need to know about his music. I don't need to know about the Mii Fighter costumes. Appreciate the work that goes into this. Great. The Movesets like a 2 out of 10. I appreciate the work that went into that intro. The intro is probably my favorite part because it was something new and unique. It was something I definitely did not expect when I started this video. But like the moveset itself it's just references. And the references are very, very just ham-fisted. Some of them just make no sense. Why does he throw spears for his side tilt and his forward air? Why does he have a projectile forward smash? Why is Megaton Punch his neutral special, and in the air it does nothing, pretty much? Because, again, look at the size of Bandanity, he's puny. Oh, it does a lot of damage, good fucking luck hitting somebody with it. Why not a 1? Because it's actually structured to be a moveset. He's not Patrick Star sitting at the side of the road with a piece of wood nailed into his forehead. He got past that part. But yeah, the moveset's like a 2. I think that if you really, really try, you can make Bandanity interesting in some fashion. I think that his inherent simplicity will always make him less interesting than a lot of the other characters around him. And I do believe that he does deserve to be the next Kirby character, as much as I do wish that it was somebody arguably more interesting and more fleshed out as a character. But I cannot say that this was a good design in any way, shape, or form. I think that you should have improvised some parts and made some new moves on your own, because consistently just relying on references is bad character design, and it does nothing for the viewer, or anybody for that matter. Patrick Smash moveset, no way. You'll never see it from me. I don't know. BJ's done SpongeBob. Maybe he'll do Patrick at like number 500. But yeah, I'm checking out. I've seen all I need to see, and that moveset was very below average. Okay. I'll do one more, and then I'm going to take a short break, probably to go get more alcohol. Somehow BG got a better score. Well, I think it mostly comes down to structure, and that while I know BJ definitely does rely heavily on references when he shouldn't, his presentation was a lot better, and he didn't use moves that make no sense for the slots. I'll definitely give BJ this. As he went on, he started adding more of his original moves, which is nice, because he should have. I'm dreading whatever's next. Because I know that guy has more movesets in this list, and I don't know if I can take looking at another one so soon. Oh god, who are we looking at next? Redesigning Dr. Mario by Sleepy Swampert. Oh yeah, this is one of the first ones that somebody submitted. And then I remember somebody immediately posting afterwards, I watched it and it sucked. I think it was Anonymous who was like, I watched it, I didn't like it. And that doesn't fill me with much hope. I'm cautiously optimistic. Redesigning Dr. Mario. No idea who this dude is. It's a guy whose server I'm a part of. I don't really do much in there anymore, and he's probably gonna see this. And if I tear it apart, all I can say is this.
Don't care, didn't ask, cry about it, stay mad, get real, L mold seed cope.
Cheers. Dr. Mario.
Hi, I'm Sleepy. And Dr. Mario is a funny character. He's one of the least interesting clone characters from Melee. His home series, Dr. Mario, started as an obscure Mario spin-off on the NES that nobody really cared about at first. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's definitely a fun game, but the gameplay boils down to just another Tetris clone. A dime a dozen puzzle game and a franchise with 100 better spin-offs to play. So how do you think he got into Smash? Ahem. Point of view.
His music.
I'm Masahiro Sakurai. Your programmers say they can add a Mario clone before the game releases, so you start thinking of Mario characters that share his body type. One of the programmers suggests Foreman Spike, another one asks for Jumpman, someone chimes in with Tanuki Mario, and you shut them all down and win them over in an instant. What about Mario with student loan debt? And pow, it was decided. True story, by the way, I was there. Adding Dr. Mario is one of Sakurai's silliest ideas, but despite all the trash I just talked on him,
and I missed, my hand missed and hit my fucking pop filter when I was going for the spacebar. I genuinely like Dr. Mario in Smash, and I kind of don't really want him to change. I know, I know, it's surprising. Is he well designed? He's educated Mario. He's about as good as educated Mario can be. But the changes they made to him in Ultimate made me fall in love with his character all over again. And yeah, I think that I would, if he's to stay, I'd rather they just say he's Mario's Echo Fighter. And that's it. Because he should have been an Echo Fighter.
Some people see him as having no more potential than a costume, but if you look closely, Dr. Mario is much more than meets the eye. This medical menace has potential for representing the block puzzle genre, a genre that sounds niche until you remember how much money it makes. But the current Doctor just isn't being used right. Doc Morrow...
Fuck you, I like his yeet back throw.
...was designed as a slower and stronger Morrow. Why did they decide that, besides gameplay reasons? I don't know. There's no visual indication that Dr. Mario is physically different from Mario, unless that coat weighs like 1,000 pounds. So it doesn't make sense for Mario to move like a snail and sink like a rock as soon as he becomes a doctor. It wasn't as much the case in Melee, but Dr. M doesn't feel...
The loans weigh him down.
...much slower in most scenarios, so he's literally just a stronger Mario. That's not good either. Ever since his reintroduction in Smash 4, they wanted to make him feel more different. So they completely trashed his movement speed and recovery. Reasonable solution. He's so unbelievably bad that it's almost daunting to turn him into a top tier. How do you even do that?
It's really not. You just give him the mobility of Mario, and that's basically all you have to do.
But I know what you're thinking.
Make his mobility just slightly better. That's literally all you fucking have to do with Dr. Mario.
We all know how to make him top tier. Top tier Mario is already in the game. You want a list of things Doc needs to get fixed before he's viable? Alright, he has one of the worst recoveries in the game. He lacks decent combos and movement. He's already awful.
Just fix the first one. That's all you- just fix the fucking first one!
Range combined with low speed makes his effective range a literal foot, and to add insult to injury, he's not any heavier than Mario, so he dies super early. He's a downgrade to Mario in almost every way.
Well, not every way.
Everyone knows he'd be good if he was fast, but he'd also be pointless. And that would just prove the Dr. Mario haters right. Well, screw that. He's not just a cop.
I don't care if it'd be pointless. So many of the fucking Echo Fighters in Smash Ultimate are pointless. The only one who isn't pointless is Ken, because he's the only one who understood what his fucking objective was. To take the base of another character and say, I'm gonna be something different. Not, I'm going to be either slightly better or slightly worse than the character that I came from, like every single other Echo Fighter in the game. So many Echo Fighters in Smash are basically borderline skins. Looking at you, Daisy. Looking at you, Dark Samus. Have you covered any delves with the movesets? Thankfully, not yet. But I have a feeling that that might change soon. Because I'm probably going to input a rule that we don't look at the same person twice.
Costume? I don't want to make the two feel the same like in Melee.
Lucina and Chrom are fine too. Lucina and Chrom are shitty versions of the characters they come from. I fucking hate those two characters so much. They take away all the interesting aspects of the characters they have and just make them bland nothing sandwiches.
I wanted more separation between the two to make crystal clear that Dr. Mario isn't perceived as just Mario in a coat. Even though he technically is, but what I meant is that, oh, whatever. Reality is whatever I want it to be, which is why I wrote a brand new Mario headcanon to fit my agenda. That's right, on this channel we even redesigned the lore. Dr. Mario is a much older version of Mario. Dr. Mario is 50, which gives him a 24-year time gap in between.
Fucking excuse me?
Where he could have practiced and perfected medicine. I have essentially crafted Grandpa Mario. His hair has turned gray and he grew his mustache out more. A heavier gut shows that he's kinda let himself go. He's got faint wrinkles on his face and he even looks a little shorter now. He looks pretty dang old for 50. I guess he just ages horrendously. Just joking.
He is Italian.
It's actually because I recently aged him down from 68 to 50 to fit in with official Mario lore. You see, I thought I was creating a new headcanon, but while researching this video, I found out...
Okay, first off, I think I don't need to explain why you don't need a fucking redesign. You don't need to redesign lore. Just give him more things to do with his fucking pills. It's not that difficult.
In a special chapter of Super Mario Manga Mania, Dr. Mario appears out of nowhere and cures Super Mario of his depression.
If only it was that simple.
Might lead you to think they are separate people. But no, Dr. Mario says he traveled back in time to help him. So add that to your list of awesome Mario and Luigi facts. Dr. Mario
I'm
is a
more than certain that's not canon.
50-year-old time wizard who can cure depression. Mario has the best lore. But sadly, he's not nearly as cool in the games. I'd like to give him an actual backstory now so he has a reason to exist. People make jokes about how Mario is a bad doctor and he doesn't
Dr. Amigo.
actually like helping people, and that comes down to his bizarre representation
You see, that's how you fix Dr. Mario. You just turn him into Dr. fucking Amigo.
in Smash. I'm assuming Sakurai just wants Dr. Mario to be a part-time job, one of Mario's many wacky odd jobs that he works and quits on a whim. And it comes across like Mario doesn't care about being a doctor much.
He kinda doesn't. Why do you think so many people can become doctors?
The Dr. Mario in Smash shows little to no emotion and comes across as cold. Why did he become less happy as a doctor? Does he actually hate his job? We don't know. So, as a
I know that I like to say that personality is important, but sometimes you need to just take a step back and realize that it's not that fucking deep. The character's got a wacky personality, give him wacky attacks that have a lot of, expressive animation. Where is all of this fucking going?
result, fans perceive him more or less as a more pissed off Mario, which is admittedly funny, but it's a bit cynical for Mario, don't you think? He's an idealistic type of character, so I think it would fit his character better if, instead of getting less jolly with age, he became more jolly. The human body's inevitable decay.
Okay, I'm skipping this section because I can't fucking take this fanfiction. I'm not here to listen to fanfiction. I'm here to listen to the fucking moveset.
Inching you towards the top blast zone like your opponent is losing a round of Tetris. But he needs more than that to become viable. He needs some defense. It just so happens that Doc has put on some pounds in his silver years. Too much pasta will do that. So now he's heavier than Mario.
Okay, he's heavy. Okay, can we get to the fucking moveset, please? Oh, I see Dr. Amigo.
He says, "You were a super. Take one."
Yes, we need the Dr. Amigo reference.
Much needed charm to him. So sorry for taking my time, but I'm ready to show the grounded normals.
¿Es la influencia una amenaza para mí y mi familia? ¿Cuáles son los síntomas? ¿Cómo hacer para evitar?
This is a fucking horrifying Mario.
Jab is a good combo starter now. Jab 3 sends up and has more hits.
I don't know what this insanity is. How are we in a spot where BJ's moveset is the most grounded in fucking reality?
Still unusual. It's fantastic for setting up juggles and combos, but if you need a jab that sends forward, you're in luck. He now has a rapid jab too. He delivers a quick series of palm strikes holding his stethoscope. F-tilt has more active frames. He just sort of holds his leg out longer than Mario. It gets stronger near the end, like Nair, where it kills pretty early. Up-tilt is much stronger. Up-tilt works like K-Rules. The early hitbox sends people forward, and the late hitbox sends straight up. The late hitbox functions a bit like his down-tilt. Late up-tilt has poor knockback, but such ridiculously long hit stun that most characters only get out of hit stun when they touch the floor. Up-tilt strings are even longer.
Oh, I fucking love Smash 4 Mario.
Smash 4 Mario, if you can imagine that. Since up-tilt now serves that function, down-tilt goes back to the melee version with that funky angle. Down-tilt sends opponents behind Dr. Mario. Dash attack has more
So
knockback
fucking, that's very melee.
stun, which lets him start juggling sooner and even killing at high percent. F-Smash is new. Doc charges up his defibrillators and thrusts them both forward to attack. It has more startup and less end lag. It has tons of hit lag and knockback, so it's safer on shield. Up Smash violates the Geneva Convention.
The forward smash was already called the defibrillator, by the way. And I think it was perfectly fine that he used his hand in that manner. Did you have to? You could have just kept it the way it was.
By utilizing
I know, so no, I'm not saying much, but I'm kind of like, I'm not out of it, but like, I kind of detached myself a little bit from this video because of the whole, he's old and happier and fatter conversation.
Warfare. which is to say that Dr. Mario goes and throws a virus at you. Less exciting when you put it like that, but despite how harmless this virus looks, I assure you it is a war crime. He tosses the blue virus right above his head and it disappears after a few flips. This up smash is similar to Olimar's, but in spite of how easy it is to spam, it's also super powerful too, so it's pretty broken. Up smash will give the opponents the chills, or more accurately, it literally freezes them solid. It's good for combos at low percent, but has too much knockback to combo later. It does kill really well though. Down smash also uses the virus. It's similar to Pac-Man's down smash. He takes them out of his coat and shoves the red virus in front of him and the yellow one behind him. Red virus increases their—
Oh yes, I too love the what do people call it? I can't remember what the fuck it's called off the top of my head. Like the flicky design that people like to meme about, with that apparently one moveset where they said Sonic uses flickies for a down smash or some stupid shit. Like, but Pac-Man, it was weird. Why are you giving it to Dr. Mario? Why would he be hitting you in the face with a virus?
Body temperature by, like, a lot. And they're on fire. It sends them straight up. He shoves the yellow one behind him, and the yellow one does something tiny and hard to see. Just like his name suggests, the yellow virus's ability can only be classified as weirdness. Something this unpredictable and hard to study is dangerous. This virus is capable of morphing its host into different shapes and sizes, so when hit by the back hit of down smash, you have a chance to change size. There's a 50% chance they become small, and a 5% chance
I fucking hate this.
This small effect is obviously more useful, but the opponent becoming big also makes them easier to hit, so it's not so bad. Grab has a new animation, where he reaches out to grab you with his stethoscope in hand. It's not a tether because it's still only as long as his arm can grab. When he grabs you, he restrains you.
It's harmless, I guess.
Which is his new pummel. It's pretty fast, but not that damaging. Up throw has more startup, so it's easy to DI. Up throw has low base knockback for combos at low percent, but high growth to kill. Back throw has a bit more growth too. Forward throw is very special. It's one of the weirdest ideas I've thought of for a throw. Mario straps the opponent to a stretcher and then pushes them forward a short distance. As they roll forward, Mario can follow them and wait for them to pop out into an attack. This stretcher is very unique among throws because the throw summons an object with physics. It follows gravity, so if Dr. Mario forward throws you off the ledge, you'll start tumbling off a cliff in a stretcher. It can't—
While I love the idea of like Melee days where you could grab like somebody with Kirby and just back throw them off the cliff and take yourself with them, I kind of have started to fucking loathe the design idea of just random item just pops out of nowhere and they just do things with it. Where does this stretcher come from? Why are you going to make the modelers model a fucking stretcher? I get it, haha, I'm pretty sure this is a SpongeBob joke, but no, I'm good. Thanks.
Be mashed out of either, so it's not just a fancy berry throw. Instead, it will always restrain them for 1 full second.
Rush is different because that's literally an ability from his game. Like, that's literally like an ability that Mega Man can just call on at any time. While I do think that it would have been nicer if there was more lead-in to Rush appearing and not just spontaneously appearing there, it's whatever. I also don't have a problem with Sonic's Spring. It's just, it's too much. It doesn't need to be this over-designed. It's also very over-designed for a throw, where throws are usually 1 to 3 animations at most at once, and are usually very quick.
My new favorite throw in the game, so I hope you're excited for what his aerials can do, because he has one of the coolest sets of aerials in the entire game too.
We're in winter. My brother in Christ, I live on the northern hemisphere.
To start out, Nair has more damage and knockback. It's a weird move already, but I made it extra odd. very latest hitbox is equal to Ganondorf's Nair in power. The odd part is that Nair sends in the opposite direction Doc is facing. So if you want to edgeguard someone with Nair,
I don't know why the pig from Barnyard's on your
Nair
screen.
has a bigger hitbox.
I'm sorry.
To help out with that. Fair is broken and will be the reason 90% of Doc mains would play him.
What?
It doesn't spike, but it's generally so much better than Mario's. It has a couple more startup frames and the sour spot is weaker, but the drastically reduced end lag makes up for it. The flip Dr. Mario does in the end lag animation was completely cut, making forward air end nearly 20 frames sooner. An absurd frame data buff to make him that much scarier up close. Fair also has more shield damage and a landing hitbox like the new Mario, so it's really easy to get shield poked by it.
If his recovery is still bad and his offstage presence is still awful, really won't change very much.
Fair sends straight up now on top of being weaker, so it'll likely kill later than you want it.
Because you're not gonna go off stage if you don't have a chance to come back.
The sweet spot of Fair is much stronger though. It can deal up to 28%. The animation now shows him holding a pill in his hand when he punches. It's easy to tell when you get the sweet spot because it makes the pill sound. Next, I decided to change up air because it's a bit difficult for a 50-year-old man to do a backflip. The new up air has mediocre
Okay.
speed and
I don't
damage
know
as
how
well
much
as
more
a
of this
hit
moveset I can take.
He pulls out a reflex hammer and swings it in an arc above him. You all know that tool doctors use to hit your knee and force a reaction?
Yes.
Well, what makes up air special is its unique property of checking reflexes. When Mario hits you with this hammer, you're forced to use your double jump immediately. Characters without
No!
are put into a very
No. Absolutely not. Also, wouldn't that just completely negate the knockback of the move? How does that work? Are you knockback canceling into the double jump? Are they doing the double jump at the end of the animation? If so, that makes no sense for what this is supposed to do. Again, it feels like just like throwing something on for the sake of throwing something on, and it doesn't fucking work. Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to be. I don't even know how that's supposed to even fucking work. I sincerely hope that he describes it better.
very tricky situation where Dr. Mario has almost complete control over whether or not you can make it back to the ground. It doesn't really excel in any area like speed or range, but its special property turns it into one of the most unique and useful juggling tools in the game. Back air is another pretty—
Yeah, take away the Yeah, you know. Some characters have a fucking horrendous time even trying to get out of juggling experiences. Some characters have no choice but to try and fucking jump out of it. Some characters like the Belmonts have like next to no options for trying to land if they're in the middle of getting juggled. Let's take away their only option for trying to get out of the juggle. Also, hi DK. I hope you have a fun fucking time, buddy. You're gonna get fucking destroyed.
Special move. I removed Dr. Mario's Cape Side special and assigned it to back air. A weird idea for sure, but I'm low-key in love with it. Dr. Mario
Who cares? It's not real.
Man, shut the fuck up, nerd.
swings the bed sheets behind him to reflect stuff. It deals 12% damage and has much better frame data to fit the role of an aerial. It also turns him around much like Marth's Bear. It's even useful as a mix-up combo starter into Fair, because it now sends them up on top of reversing any momentum they had. Down air has less landing lag and a bigger hitbox. Dare's spike hitbox covers Mario's entire body. It's just a big-ass rectangle, a literal hitting box. Dare's startup was also cut nearly in half. It lingers now, staying active for a few extra frames. All those minor buffs make for a good
How many reaction videos do you have? Those aren't reaction videos, they're soundboards.
Visual upgrade. I call it the stepping scale. Mario can check your weight by stepping on you like a scale. Not exactly the way scales work, but he's the one that gets the results. I'm not the one holding the paycheck. If the stomp is strong enough to kill, it will trigger a special zoom where it will now display the opposing character's exact weight near Mario. It's pretty stylish, huh? I'd say he has a very impressive set of new aerials. And I'm not ready.
It adds very, very little.
Go down with the specials, so let's hurry up. First, we'll get Shield Special out of the way, since it's obvious that he'd have one. Mario had one, I gave him the spin. Dr. Mario gets a bigger, stronger spin that doesn't reflect projectiles. Really, that's it for Shield B.
Now here we are.
Oh,
at
good.
B, his signature move, the pill. Now the pill is one of Dr. Mario's best moves, and for a simple reason. It has pretty low end lag. Now, if you've ever fought against a Dr. Mario, they probably spent the whole match prescribing you pills.
Yeah, buddy?
Because you can just run over, you can throw out a neutral B, and you can pressure people with the pill. It's a really strong option in neutral, and it makes it one of the game's best projectiles in the whole game, period, like, at all. The pills are great.
This joke has gone on for too long, thank you. Would you by chance be interested in having a job working at modern day Fox on Family Guy?
Because it's a simple reason, but low end lag can really make the difference between a good move and a bad move. And
What drink is that? I'm assuming it's lemonade. Looks like lemonade.
it's a good move.
Like I mentioned,
Okay,
when
good.
using Mega Vitamins, you can throw a pill and then run over to where it's bouncing to combo.
Hope those were like fucking, I don't know, placebos or some shit, like sugar pills.
But I thought it would be a lot of fun if you could then recycle the pills. Obviously a bit dubious from a sanitation standpoint.
Hold it for me. You dropped your cigarette. Yeah, it's Corona. I don't want this one, my nigga. Give me one more. What?
But awesome from a game
I was so fucking like out of it when that situation happened. I thought I accidentally skipped to the next video.
gameplay standpoint. Pills will now bounce off an opponent's shield, giving you a chance to re-grab them and use them as items. Keep in mind that they can only be recycled if it hits a shield. If it actually connects, then the pill disappears like normal. To accompany the pills, there's now a unique UI change.
Question. Am I allowed to tap out? Am I allowed to just say, I'm done with this moveset? Like, my hand's on the fucking rope, like, please, I need out of here. Because, this moveset fucking hurts to listen to. You know what? Hang on. I'll make a poll. Can I tap out? Can I just say I'm done?
Near his character portrait that shows you what his next pill color will be. It's pretty cool that he gets to use the exact mechanic from his own game, but if all the pills are the same, it's not much help. So, now there's two main types. Grabbing a combination pill heals you for exactly 10% when it bounces off a shield. The solid colored pills have special effects that fit the theme of common prescription drugs. When they bounce off shield, you can hold it like Link's bomb. Solid blue is a sleeping pill. It doesn't work right away though, cause that's pretty broken. Instead, it puts you to sleep a moment after you're hit by it. That way—
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not listening to pills that put you to sleep. Swampy, I thank you for allowing me to be in your Discord server and promote my shit and interact with the people that are there. Holy hell, this was painful. If it was any indication of how painful it was, I didn't even get through the entirety of it. You've got like... You're running at like a 12 right now. You gotta bring it down to like a 6 or a 5. Like, it is just too much. Everything is too much. I appreciate the Dr. Amigo references. That got a chuckle out of me. But other than that, no. Do I think... What do I rate this? Because I have to actively compare this to the moveset I just looked at before this. If that was a 2, this has to be a 1. But I don't know if I can give it a 1 because there was at least some thought put into it. The wrong type of thought, true, but there was still an attempt. I think the best review is a Dr. Amigo out of 10. I agree, Final Mix. Just...
No, you should die.
I think a 1.5. Actually, you know what? Hang on a second. I want to check something really quick. Just for a joke that's probably not going to land with a lot of people. Well, I'm not low tier yet. Trust me. I'm no lolcow, hopefully. Hopefully I don't live fucking long enough to be one. I give this Dr. Mario moveset a 1.397792 out of 10. Why do I give that? Why that number specifically? Because for some fucking reason, when they were calculating numbers for Dr. Mario's stats, that's what his run stat number is. That's why I review it, a 1.397792. Why? Fucking I don't know. I don't have a clue. I'm sorry, Sleepy, if you ever see this. I hope that your other work is better, because I know that you have a couple of other movesets in this list. Oh boy, I'm scared. Sorry. I want to have faith. I want to have a little bit of faith, Arthur. I guess let's see who the next moveset is. And I think I want to roll until it's somebody that we haven't done before. Just to make things interesting and not just make it nothing but the same people. Also, I'm going to say this. Tomorrow, for part 2, I'm ditching the fucking wheel. And I'm doing who I want. Of whoever's left. Just so you know. To make it more interesting. And for now, spin the wheel! Oh god, we get to look at a good one. Oh god, we get to look at the good one! Yes! Yes, oh my fucking Christ, thank god. This is the one I put in as the palate cleanser. Oh fuck yes, I'm so glad that this one made it. That we got to look at this one. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. As I said, there are chances that this stream may not contain Slop. And to all the people that were like, Slop is a little bit too derogatory. Are you regretting your decisions yet? Because I think that what we've seen so far constitutes a Slop. Okay, take care, Final Mix. But yeah, this Max Ham video is one I put in myself, specifically because I knew that shit was gonna get bad, and I needed at least some instance of just loving something that somebody did. So here we go with LOL, what if Cleavor was in Smash? This is probably going to be the best video we see today. I'm going to harbor a guess that this is going to be the best video we see today.
Pokemon Legends Arceus was a pleasant surprise, wasn't it? A Game Freak developed spin-off title set in a feudal Japan and take on the fan-favorite Sinnoh region that pushes the Pokemon formula closer than it's ever been to the collective dream game of a sprawling world bustling with fantastical creatures and mimes. Pla showed us a Pokemon game with streamlined and snappy combat, hours of rewarding, wondrous exploration, and a serene, meditative aesthetic. I did
enjoy my time with Legends Arceus.
Of course, no game is perfect. Game Freak still insists on holding your hand so tightly during the story that your fingers start to lose blood circulation, and, at times, the graphics make this major tentpole mega franchise game feel like it had a smaller budget than the game where Aloy from Horizon can shoot Lucario with a shotgun. And
oh my god, early Power World footage. That looked rough. By the way, Power World's awesome. I'll at least defend that. And that thing you just saw is going to get a moveset sometime this year, hopefully.
Jamal into a divine decree from God, but wow, if it isn't satisfying to catch monsters in this game. With Legends Arceus, Game Freak firmly planted a foot in a new direction for the franchise, while also creating a unique experience that completely stands on its own. I think Legends Arceus will go down as one of the most significant Pokemon games
is that good?
To come, either as a turning point for the series, or a unique and beautiful experiment. But we're not here to talk about any of that. Let's talk about that one ugly Cypher evolution it introduced. Part 1.
Leave it to
Cleavor.
Starring Barbara Billingsley, Hugh Beaumont.
One thing I absolutely adore about Max Ham, other than the fact that he puts in such amazing effort into his art and animations, is if you want an example of why I think like good comedy is in a moveset design video, this video is exactly what I think of. Like, the comedy in this video is fast and is built into the actual video. He's not gonna take you into his car to the fucking supermarket. I love Max Ham. He's very underrated. I honestly think that if anybody here hasn't subbed to him, you probably should. He doesn't really do very much anymore, but he deserves the support.
Fictional mineral Black Augurite, and is known as the Axe Pokemon, presumably because of its body spray. The giant Mantis Pokemon uses harsh, sharp rocks as both crude armor and excessively large hatchets that stem from its arms in place of Cypher's scythes or scissors. The Legends Arceus Pokédex says that Cleavor used these axe hands to fell trees, which is just
Cleavor's interesting as a Pokemon.
Unprovoked deforestation. Notably,
I wouldn't mind seeing it playable in Pokken.
A specific Cleavor,
though I don't know what Tekken character you could build off of for Cleavor.
Noble Pokemon aren't Pokemon that wear frilly dresses, have masquerade balls, and love incest, but instead are a holy group of Pokemon that are descended from Arceus's blessed companions and serve as nature spirits, who protect the Hisui region and watch over the Diamond and Pearl tribes. At least I think that's the case. I was mad bored during the story, so I don't remember any of that stuff, and I'm just regurgitating.
It's okay, it doesn't matter. The story doesn't really matter until, like, near the end. But the ending of the story is very good.
Bulbapedia here. Tragically, a rift in space-time caused these majestic Pokemon to go feral, and now it's up to you, or in my case, a young lady named Poopa, to find the noble Pokemon and quell their rage. You do this by pelting them with food for a couple of minutes, which is also the only way to stop me when I'm drunkenly screaming at Hungry Jack's employees. The Lord of the Woods, Cleavor, guards of the Pearl Clan and their sacred Grand Tree, which, based on everything we know about Cleavor, seems to me a bit like asking Marmaduke to look after the world's biggest pie. Noble Cleavor is the first boss encounter in Legends Arceus, as well as the first real-time action boss fight in a major Game Freak Pokemon game. The fight itself is pretty simple. Lord Cleavor of the Obsidian Fieldlands is essentially baby's first Dark Souls boss, but this stands as a landmark moment in the Pokemon series. This is the moment that Game Freak
He's harder than some Dark Souls bosses.
Games weren't defined by their gameplay loop. A Pokemon
He's harder than Havel,
boss fight can now have
aka bully the shit out of him and get behind him, just hit him in the ass.
circle strafing and dodge rolling and third-person food fighting, with the option for a bit of traditional turn-based combat as a breather. These boss fights are an exciting experiment for a series that has been accused of sticking too closely to a formula for over 20 years. I hope the series continues these kinds of shake-ups, and if it does, we'll owe it all to this big, disgusting insect. Anyway, let's put him in Smash Bros.
No, he's beautiful.
Part
Leave him
2.
alone.
Okay, but why? Seriously, why Cleavor? I mean, sure, Cleavor exists, but you need to do more than that to be a Smash Brother. Heck, personally speaking, while Cleavor's
Don't tell that to the abundance of Fire Emblem characters we have in the game.
probably my favorite new Pokemon from Legends Arceus, tied with Overquill's name, it's not my favorite Gen 8 Pokemon, and Cleavor's probably my third favorite Pokemon from its own evolutionary line. Why go to bat for this dude when I could make a Sans Undertale video and get some actual views? Well, if you
I don't know if that really
previous
constitutes
video was
anymore.
a mad rambling screed about all the Pokemon content in Smash. During that video, I tried to use spreadsheets, data analysis, and unsolicited opinions to find any blind spots in Smash's Pokemon lineup, with the ultimate goal of using that data to make a video, like this one, which could pitch a way for Smash to instantly bolster its Pokemon roster. If creepy diversity charts are good enough for a major company like Activision Blizzard to make representation decisions, they're good enough for my YouTube channel. And Cleavor has a lot going for it on this front.
It's funny you say that, because I don't think there's any word in speculation circles that's used more than representation.
One of the more surprising discoveries I made was that Smash Bros. Ultimate doesn't feature any Rock-type Pokemon as either playable fighters, stage cameos, or even Pokeball summon Pokemon, and is only represented in Smash as several spirits and a stage form for Pokemon Stadium 1.
Don't forget
I see
Rocky.
no harm in Rock-type getting more tangible representation.
We love
And
Rocky.
As far as its potential for a fighter, Geomancy is something that Smash fans have been asking Smash to add for years now, usually in the form of Golden Sun's Isaac. Cleavor might not be a beautiful blonde anime sword boy, but it is a big rock. It's also bug type, another type that Smash doesn't have on its roster. Emphasis on roster, because for all its people, elves, mammals, birds, reptiles, robots, and whatever Kirby is supposed to be, Smash Bros. Doesn't have a single insectoid fighter. Sure, the tiny Olimar and his Pikmin, or Bayonetta and her butterfly wings are loosely reminiscent of bugs, but there's about 1,000 ways I'd describe Bayonetta before I'd describe her as being kinda like a mayfly. So, as a bug rock type, Cleavor instantly helps our diversity quota and is exactly what Smash needs for my woke agenda. Cleavor is also from a spin-off game, which most Pokemon
I feel like you could probably just put in Scizor, and a lot of Gen 2 fans would be happy. Even if I'm somebody that would think that Suicune's probably a better choice, you could probably just fill in the bug quota with Scizor and people would just lose their shit.
content is
And I don't mean playing like fucking Pokken, because I'm pretty sure if I go looking for a Scizor moveset, people are going to be like, hey, uses this move from fucking Pokken, let's use my Jack. And the chick with the chainsaw hands.
Smash isn't. Legends Arceus might be made by Game Freak, introduce new Pokemon, and use turn-based combat, but its historic setting, open-world gameplay, and the fact Nintendo isn't trying to grift people into buying the same game twice with this one, means that Legends Arceus is far from Pokemon as usual. So, even if it's not Pinball or Mystery Dungeon or that dystopian phone game that's going to watch you sleep, including Legends Arceus in Smash would at least be a gesture to the fact that Pokemon is far more
Hey, Elisa.
games, which is a gesture that I think is sorely needed. Cleavor is also not a major mascot, which, yeah, on the
Oh no,
surface
he
isn't
died.
a selling point for it getting into an all-star crossover like Smash, but considering that Pokemon has had 10 fighters already, will always get new fighters in Smash, and the breadth of its bestiary is what makes the Pokemon franchise so compelling, I think opening the gates to more kinds of Pokemon can make Pokemon speculation in Smash exciting again instead of dreaded. So I think it not being a mascot
Hey,
is a
come on now.
Cleavor wouldn't be completely
Firestarter, nothing. We all know that Blaziken would be an amazing Smash character.
arbitrary. It's associated with the always popular but rarely spotlighted Cypher and Sizzle, and its role as a noble Pokemon means that it plays a major role in a major
This intro is
game.
9 minutes
It's not
long.
Pikachu or Lucario, but it's also not so obscure that adding it would
Now I'll move ahead a little bit. While I admire
design
the
philosophy.
work put into it, but need to just speed it up a little bit there, champ.
As a Smash fighter, Cleavor's anatomy is going to do most of the heavy lifting. The freakish monster with axes for hands is probably going to attack with those axes a lot. Cleavor's entire shtick is axes, from its name to its signature move, to the point that even Aegislash would probably tell it to get another hobby. Therefore, Cleavor needs to not only feel like an axe fighter, but the ultimate axe fighter. The attacks Cleavor uses should define and cement what it is to swing an axe in a Smash Brothers game, more so than anything we've already seen. Only, it won't quite be that simple, because Cleavor has a couple of other roles to fill. The reason we're even giving Cleavor this treatment isn't because of its axes, but because of its context in the wider Pokemon franchise. So Cleavor needs to emphasize everything about it that would make it special in Smash. That means Cleavor's gotta float like a butterfly and sting like a bee, as it becomes the ambassador for insectoids. Pokemon bugs are their own type for a reason, and Cleavor should show just what it means to fight the creepiest of
That
all.
animation does not
Similarly,
look okay.
Cleavor's rock type should be a cornerstone of its design. Cleavor needs to feel rough, hard, heavy, and geological. And lastly, Cleavor needs to represent Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Dude, it's funny, but the intro's
That
long.
doesn't
Yeah, the
mean
moveset doesn't start until like
even though a lot of Smash
10
Bros.
minutes in.
games try to replicate the game feel of the fighter's source games, I don't think we need to do that here. Pokemon Legends Arceus is still a Pokemon game at its core, and Pokemon Trainer is already a great representation of that main Pokemon experience. Real-time action boss fights, however, are new to Pokemon, so as long as we can make Cleavor feel true to its own boss fight, Cleavor can be a great ambassador.
I'm also just taking the time to decompress from the last 3 videos, so I don't mind the lengthy introduction.
For a new frontier of Pokemon games. All that combined gives us the framework for a heavy, violent, primal insect warrior, meaning it's finally time to answer the question, what if Cleavor was in Smash? LOL. Part 4. The Moveset. Cleavor is clearly primed to be a big, super heavyweight, comparable to Charizard. Personally, I'd enforce Cleavor's rockiness by making him heavier than Charizard and closer in weight to Donkey Kong and King Dedede, even if the average Cleavor is canonically just a tiny bit lighter than Charizard. Considering Legends Arceus introduced supersized alpha Pokemon, and Noble Cleavor specifically is on that Sigma grind set and dwarfs even the alphas, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Cleavor in Smash to be as big and heavy as possible. Speaking of Charizard, Cleavor's neutral special is Stealth Rock. Cleavor spits out a rock.
Fuck you. Fuck you, that joke. No.
Only, stealthily. Stealth Rock is one of the most infamous moves in Pokemon, where it is traditionally an entry hazard move. Pokemon Legends Arceus reworked the move quite a lot, however, changing it to be a direct attack that deals extra damage over time. We'll aim to emulate both versions of the move to varying degrees. Cleavor's Stealth Rock is a medium-ranged projectile that is fairly standard, but once it hits, that's when things get interesting. On hit, the rock shatters into splinters, which spread out and linger, creating a hazardous zone for a few seconds that hurts any of Cleavor's enemies who enter it. Imagine if Luigi's Fireball transformed into Piranha Plant's Poison Cloud, and you should have a basic idea of how this move would function. I'm currently undecided as to whether or not shielding the initial rock should prevent it from bursting into shards, although I'm leaning towards it being as cheesy as possible, because as a big, heavy fast faller, Cleavor is gonna be a combo buffet for the rest of the cast, so should probably be as nasty as possible to compensate.
Fair.
Stealth Rock's hit effect should have similar sounds and particles to the Legends Arceus Pokeball catching, because those effects were perfect in making the simple act of catching critters into a pure dopamine rush. And you know how you get the most satisfying catches in that game? By striking a Pokemon from behind. This underhanded technique is where we put the stealth in Stealth Rock. Similar to Shulk's Backslash, if you hit an opponent from behind with the rock, the attack would be devastating. Specifically, the Backstrike version paralyzes opponents for a moment, which would mean they automatically get shredded by the splinters, on top of being wide open for a follow-up. Now, the game balance disclaimer for this move is that it would obey the same rules as Zero Suit Samus's Paralyzer, so you wouldn't be able to paralyze the paralyzed. Kirby's Cleavor.
That's good. That's fine.
He spits out the rock, but I do admit it's a bit of a shame for Kirby to eat Cleavor and not get to play with his signature axe hands. Well, between the neutral special, side special, and down special, I did go back and forth a bit on.
Oh yeah, this is like the only aspect of the video that I think is a little bit weird, because I do think that like the moves are like all over the fucking place and where they should be.
Though I'm sticking with the actual neutral special and Kirby copy ability being Stealth Rock, let's let Kirby introduce the side special just this once. Cleavor's side special is Fury Cutter, and it's a good thing Kirby's only pretending to use this fake move I made up, because this move is busted by design, but I'm getting ahead of myself. In the Pokemon games, Fury Cutter is a bug-type move introduced in Generation 2 that starts out extremely weak, but for each successive hit, the move grows more.
I don't think the backstun's necessary either, honestly.
Strong. Missing a Fury Cutter will reset the move's power, however. Now, I'm cheating a bit with this move because Cleavor can't actually learn Fury Cutter.
It can in Scarlet and Violet.
Because the move wasn't in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Still, I don't think it's a stretch to give it to Cleavor.
Again, he learns in when he's transferred to Legends Arceus. It's like one of the first moves he learns.
The flavor of the move matches Cleavor's big, angry, blade-handed monster vibe perfectly, and in the games that do have Fury Cutter, Cleavor's pre-evolved form Cypher has always been able to learn the move one way or another, so if Cleavor and Fury Cutter ever find themselves on the same cartridge, it's almost guaranteed that Cleavor will be hacking and slashing like a maniac. Anyway, our Fury Cutter sees Cleavor do a quick, disjointed slash in front of him. This would be Cleavor's best neutral tool, combo starter, and combo extender. In my head, the standard version of this move would exist in a similar design space to Sheik or Mithra's forward airs, only slightly slower to accommodate for the larger range. But if that's all it was, it wouldn't be a special move. So, the initial version of this move would be comically weak, but every time you hit it, it grows in power. Specifically, each hit would give you about a 7% power boost, to a maximum increase of 35%, which is the same increase.
That's a bit much.
Diamond tool.
Maybe make it like 5. Because I know it's only a 2% difference, but those percents add up each and every time. It's a difference of 35 to 25, so you're losing 10% damage.
Compared to their wooden equivalents. And Smash players all love Steve's diamonds, right? At this point,
well,
I think a move this
the bad ones sure do.
Super over-centralizing to Cleavor's kit. If it's fast, reliable, and using it only makes it grow stronger, why would you ever want to use any other move? Well, because after it's initiated, Fury Cutter's effect.
I feel like Fury Cutter being a Rekka move to convey it getting stronger with each hit. I think so too. I think it being a move that you can input multiple times, like maybe Dancing Blade, and each hit sequentially gets stronger, so you can deal like a big ass chunk of damage at once if you manage to land all 5 hits. Like, you know what? Sure. I think that's fine. I'm not a big fan of this, and I think that honestly this should be the neutral special. I don't think this really fits super great in its current design state as a side special.
Effect also applies to all of Cleavor's normal moves, not just itself, and most of those moves aren't weak to begin with. So land a Fury Cutter and then do whatever you want to keep the pressure on. As the multiplier stacks, combo moves will become keep away options will become kill moves, and kill moves would probably just delete your opponent's character from the switch.
It
Of course,
that kind of cheapens the design a little bit. I think I would just keep it to just landing the single blow, if anything.
miss one of these attacks and the bonus would completely go away. So you have to be a cunning predator, a clever cleavor, and find lethal openings just like a real mantis. If you hit a shield, it would have a neutral outcome where the Fury Cut bonus doesn't go away, but it also doesn't grow stronger, and the Fury Cutter bonus also wouldn't deal any more shield damage. Cleavor's other special moves, Final Smash, Pummels, Throws, and items also wouldn't interact with this mechanic at all. A lot of Cleavor's power budget would go into the Fury Cutter move and mechanic, with the idea being that to make up for the inherent weaknesses of big heavyweights, Cleavor would have a relentless advantage state and surprisingly great neutral game, but only if it can play smart and chain hits, which isn't that easy for a character of its archetype. The damage boost from Fury Cutter would shred opponents and could potentially delete stocks with a couple of well-timed hits, but as Cleavor would be an Ike-style slow disjoint fighter, Mishima-style zero-to-death combos wouldn't remotely be
Ah, yes, I'm very familiar with that.
Down special also sees a lot of furious cutting, but this
Okay, that's a side special. Yeah, the specials are all over the fucking place. This is a side special.
Calling it Close Combat. This move isn't really based on the Pokemon move of the same name, but we needed a name, and it's more so a reference to one of the main attacks used by Noble Cleavor in its boss fight. Cleavor stampedes forward, ferociously swinging its axes all the while. Close Combat would be a proud member of one of...
Make Fury Cutter neutral special. Side special is Close Combat. Down special is Stealth Rock because of the utility provided by the rocks.
Smash's
And that's usually down special is almost always a character's utility option.
newest move types, and join Sephiroth's Octoslash and Mithra's Photon Edge as an over-the-top anime slash and dash. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, if Cleavor hits a wall while using the move that we're calling Close Combat, it gets stunned, but because we want our Cleavor to be an interesting and viable fighting game character, we're kind of doing the opposite. One of our design goals for Cleavor was for him to feel like a big bug, and most bugs can walk on walls. So if Cleavor
Oh dear
hits
Jesus,
a wall
I
when
forgot
using Close
about this.
Combat, it'd continue to move uninterrupted and clamber up the wall like the relentless, inhuman creature that it is. Additionally, should...
I'm okay with this. I am legitimately okay with that. I think that adds a level of counterplay to it. And and there's one aspect about Steve that I've never liked. It's that there are aspects of his moveset that just do not encourage his player to actually engage with his opponents. It's one of the main reasons why I also think Sonic is so obnoxiously badly designed in Ultimate, because the game just lets him do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm okay with this, because it is so unbelievably situational.
Cleavor reach the edge of a platform while using this move, it would sink its claws into the stage and simply snake around while continuing the onslaught.
Yeah,
In
but it
either
would
case,
probably fall to its death because the move doesn't go far enough to go all the way around the bottom of the stage.
this move's behavior would
From
be similar
mid-screen
to
at least.
Pikachu's Thunder Jolt, only the fighter is the Jolt. A complete 180 on a platform as flimsy as a Battlefield platform might look silly, however. So
Yeah, I wouldn't do
perhaps
that.
The climbing would be exclusively limited to solid platforms. Also, Octoslash that can go around ledges sounds like a devastatingly easy edge guarding tool. So if that aspect proves
Yeah,
imposing,
but if you go into a helpless state after using it, then you're kind of fucked.
then the move could have directly vertical knockback, which would stop it from being the world's cheapest gimp.
No, I think that the risk of clearly just throwing yourself to your death is perfectly fine.
Yeah, Close Combat would have a slight downward trajectory, kind of like Bayonetta's downward afterburner kick, partly because that angle lends itself better to Cleavor hitting a wall and having to clamber its way back up, which would showcase the off-kilter nature of the move, and partly because a downward angle helps me justify it being a down special. Cleavor's final
Again, it
special
should just
move
be a side
is his
special.
signature move, Stone Axe. Although, in spirit, almost every one of his moves is Stone Axe. This up special is based on another one of Noble Cleavor's attacks, Cleavor does a jumping somersault and crashes down so hard that rocks erupt from the ground. For our purposes, it's basically Ike or Chrome's Ether, but if Cleavor lands with this move instead of grabbing the ledge, then a rock violently spawns under it. The rock bursting out would be a powerful hitbox in its own right, and, combined with Cleavor's own landing, this move deals immense shield damage. After its dramatic entrance, the rock remains.
So it's basically just Ether, but you spawn a rock.
He smacks the rock, it will slide across the stage, becoming a deadly...
Okay, that looks really fucking weird. That looks a little bit odd. I would just have the rock break. I don't really think you need the rock to begin with, but if you could just hit it and it just breaks apart and it turns into like a projectile option, that's fine. I'm not going to get too bent out of shape over that. That's like whatever. Like Craig, yeah. I just don't think that the rock is necessary. I think that the attack in and of itself just go up, down, big ass shield damage, perfectly fine on its own.
High-speed obelisk, similar to how the rolling crate item behaves, but with more friction. For our Canadian viewers, imagine if curling was as violent as hockey.
I don't fucking watch curling.
How this move would work.
This doesn't speak to me.
Or something. Now, we could
oh yeah, well, I fucking does. I hope you're insured.
Behave exactly the same way as it does in Legends Arceus, in which case the stone would just spawn under the feet of Cleavor's opponent, homing in on them, but I like the idea of giving Cleavor a dynamic tool, kind of like Pac-Man's Hydrant or King Deddede's Gordo.
I don't think he needs one. You already technically have it. You technically already have it with Stealth Rock.
It shouldn't just hit hard and be heavy, but have moves like this and Stealth Rock, which have an actual physical presence. This principle can be seen to great effect in Rivals of Ether.
Oh look, we were just talking about you, Craig.
Insectoid Crag is able to summon a boulder, but has immense stage presence and utility.
Well, the reason that he has immense stage presence is that every character in Rivals is designed to have stage presence, because while I tend to be very critical of the way they design their female characters, I'll definitely say that if there's one thing that Rivals characters get right, it's that they know what kind of game they're in. And there are very, very few characters in modern day Smash that are nearly as well designed as any of the Rivals cast.
So consider this move a homage to that game, even if the mechanics are different. Setting up a rock would be incredibly telegraphed and punishable, so this wouldn't exactly make Cleavor a zoner, but would make the Rocky Warlord someone you can't ignore and leave alone. You might have noticed that Stone Axe...
Yeah, Craig's design is fantastic.
...terrible as a recovery move, and that's true. It would be. But we don't...
But you have alternative options.
Want Cleavor's recovery to be completely hopeless, so to salvage it a tiny bit, what if Cleavor was able to have a tiny third jump using his little vestigial wings? Smash usually lets wings...
I mean, you technically have close combat as a horizontal recovery option.
...or one-winged creatures have an extra jump, so why not give recognition to Cleavor's status as a former flying type by letting it flap desperately in the air with a terrible third jump? This jump would give Cleavor practically no altitude, but it would allow Cleavor to stall in the air and mix up its recoveries and landings, so it's far from useless. Anyway, for his normal moves, Cleavor...
What's wrong with female Rivals characters? They don't look like females.
...swings its axe hands. And that's the moveset. Thanks for watching. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, email, ask your doctor about...
Also, I don't mind the little wing jump. I think that's cute. That jump height would have to be a hell of a lot lower than that, though, because that's some fucking height.
Before we get to specifics for the normal moves, as a rule, Cleavor's axe swings would be disjoints, with massive sweet spots corresponding to the axe heads, and comically weak sour spots near his spindly little arms. Additionally, like Villager's axe or the axe that Edelgard had confiscated by Byleth, the axes can be expected to do a lot of shield damage. Not to the point that any move instantly pops shields as though Cleavor were let loose in a bubble wrap factory, but on average, Cleavor's moves would probably do more shield damage.
This moveset was good in your opinion, right? It is! It's very good.
Chop chop, let's get a move.
Because the specials are low, the special moves are good. They're just like in the wrong slots.
Actually, Chop Chop is a great way to describe Cleavor's jab. Cleavor slams its axes into the ground, one after the other. Even though this move is only 2 hits, the fact it's more than 1 hit at all means that it's a great way to quickly stack the damage multiplier that you get from Fury Cutter, which, if you'll recall, can apply to all of Cleavor's normal moves, because boy does Cleavor have some axes to grind. Cleavor's forward tilt is a horizontal cut. This move has a hidden property that's extremely rare for a move in Smash. It can cut down villagers' tree. This might seem like an insanely specific and gimmicky quirk.
Yeah, a little bit.
Matchup, but
I'll allow it because fuck the villager.
Trees, I feel like it's a mandatory detail to include. As for what this move would do to a Alolan Executor, well, don't think I can show that on YouTube. Cleavor's up tilt is a big arcing slash, and I'm not going to dwell on it because I don't like how I drew his face here. You know how Kazuya Mishima has different down tilts depending on whether or not he's crouching? It's easy to forget that detail among his billion other moves.
It's not for me, I made
like
the
that
character.
part, so Cleavor is getting something similar. His low committal standing down tilt is a quick bonk, but just like a good OnlyFans account, once he starts bending down, Cleavor has a lot to show off.
Jesus
Cleavor's
fucking
cracks
Christ.
see him splay out as low as his model would allow, and from this pose, Cleavor can crawl. As an insect,
Take care, mad
Cleavor's
scientist.
crawl
I hope you have a
should
good
easily
one.
be the fastest crawl in the game, almost as fast as his dash, because that's the kind of unsettling attribute that conveys that Cleavor is not an ordinary warrior, literally a creepy crawly. From its crouch or crawl,
Also, I
Cleavor
don't
has
think
a
that
different down
Cleavor
tilt
needs
wherein
to.
it pounces at its prey, which would be a great dash attack style burst option.
Why not just make it the dash attack
For some
then?
reason, when Noble Cleavor runs in Legends Arceus, it does a Naruto run. I don't know why it does that. but
Because those
instead,
axes are fucking
from
heavy?
this frankly disgraceful weeaboo pose, Cleavor's dash attack has it to sling the axes forward.
That's
with
a
sudden
fucking
momentum.
enormous dash
Standing
attack.
into
Jesus
the ground
Christ.
Would lift Cleavor off its feet, as if Cleavor has the power of God and anime by its side. Unlike Cleavor's full crouch down tilt pounce, its dash attack would be less of a burst option and more of a slower.
That looks
huge
more
kill.
like a forward
Cleavor's
smash.
forward smash is a cleaving strike based on its main attack animation. This move has a couple of special
Wow,
abilities,
compared
one
to
of
the
which requires
dash
a
attack,
bit of
that
time.
move looks a
Pokemon
little
Legends
bit
Arceus
lame, I'm
reworked
not
how
gonna
Pokemon's
lie.
Turn-based combat worked, making turns now based on the speed of
How's the
Pokemon
slop so
moves,
far?
meaning it's not possible
We're
to
palate
use
cleansing
moves
right
in
now.
or have your turn delayed. For this system, Legends Arceus also included special stances you could use to make the most of your spot in the turn tracker. Once a Pokemon has mastered a move, it can now use it in an agile style.
Would you
to
rather
deliver a weaker,
Rivals of
faster
Eighth or
attack.
females be Space
To make
Jam
its
Lola
next turn
Bunny?
happen sooner,
Yeah, probably.
or they can fight in a strong
Because if they make all the male characters that well defined, they can do the same with the women.
style, which does the opposite, allowing for powerful but slow moves. There's a world in which a Legends Arceus-based Smash Brother has their entire moveset based around a strong agile system, but I opted for a more subtle
Also, I don't mind this because when I designed my Hisuian trainer, I also gave them this exact same idea.
here. Basically, Cleavor's forward smash allows for both agile and strong style attacks. Cleavor's uncharged forward smash is automatically agile, which means it's weaker than most smash attacks, but has almost no end lag. Charge the attack even a little, and you'll have a conventional smash attack in terms of power and vulnerability, but if you charge the move just a little bit longer, it would become strong.
What do you think of Rival 2's
Once it
fleet? I
crosses
think I'm
this
turning the sound
threshold,
off because of her.
Cleavor's forward smash becomes one of the strongest in the game, but after using this brutish move, Cleavor is left wide open. Essentially, the effects of charging this smash attack is far more extreme than it usually is and modifies the move's end lag. So couple this mechanic with the buffs from Fury Cutter, and I'm sure you can imagine
Fleet's like a 4 out of
unmatched
10
agile
design for me. I
forward
care
smash,
like
more
nothing
than
for
capable
her.
of killing, or a supercharged strong style attack that obliterates stocks faster than an Elon Musk tweet. Oh, also, you know how I said the forward tilt is capable of chopping down villagers' tree? Well, so can the forward smash.
Not
And
sure if the
this
dash
move
attack can
do
be
it
a
in
good
single
forward
strike.
smash without run momentum. It's not run momentum, it's a jump. He does a big ass jump and he brings his axes down. That's basically what it is.
Because Cleavor needs to avenge all those insects that Villager caught. Not that Villager cares, because Pocket. Cleavor's up smash sees its axes cross paths before chopping down. Reminds me of that one Pokemon move, X-Scissor. Just like Sheik or Greninja, this move would have a particularly nasty sweet spot where the two slashes meet, because Cleavor's Naruto run isn't its only ninja influence. Cleavor's down smash is the last move we'll pull from the noble Cleavor boss fight, and sees Cleavor spin violently like an abusive washing machine. This hurricane
Having bow and
slash
arrow
would
base
be similar
is
to
concerning
adult
as well.
Link's spin attack, down to being a single hit
well.
move, because if it was multi-hit, it would be too easy to farm Fury Cutter. It also has a wind box during the start.
I'm more concerned about her float than anything else.
Up of it, sucks opponents into the vortex, making the threat range of this move devastatingly large. Also, I just lied. Technically, there's one more move from Noble Cleavor. Cleavor's neutral air is another spin, this time inspired by the
That is a
Lord of the
big
Woods'
ass
entrance
neutral air.
cutscene. As a Smash moveset YouTuber, I take pride in seeing a character do literally anything one time and demanding that it's their most iconic moment and must be central to their identity. This move would be a single hit.
You know, I know that's a joke, but sadly that is the most realistic take I've ever seen on like 80% of moveset designers on this platform.
Get off me tool, like if Meta Knight's Nair had the range of Marths. Cleavor's forward air gives both axes a turn attacking. Imagine Cloud's forward air, but twice. Both strikes
I don't
with
want
sweet
to.
spots of its spike,
I think
and the
one's
first
more
hit
than
has a
enough.
sour spot that aims to combo into that second hit's sweet spot. For the purposes of Fury Cutter, while both hits could stack the buff, you'd only need one hit to land to not lose the bonus due to missing. Cleavor's back air takes a crack at a back hack. This move would be a solid spacing tool with power and range behind it, and would have Smash commentators everywhere saying, "Nice back air." For its up air, I'm doing something scandalous, and not having Cleavor swing one of its axes. Instead, Cleavor kicks up with one of its claws. I figured that swinging Cleavor's heavy axes should take a great deal of power, so if Cleavor doesn't have the ground to generate torque from, then it's probably easier for Cleavor to swing the rest of its body around the axes than swing an axe.
I would believe that if you didn't literally do it for every single one of his other attacks in the air. That animation also doesn't really translate very well to an attack.
Overhead. So, even Cleavor's moves that don't use axes are pro-axe propaganda. Cleavor's down air makes up for it though, as it's a double axe-handled dunk, only with a bit more than just the handles. Obviously this move would be a spike, and a nasty one at that. For Cleavor's grab, I wanted it to ensnare its prey in as mantis-like a fashion as possible. Once it's grabbing its opponent, Cleavor would chomp down on their head for its pummel, which, if I understand praying mantises correctly, is kind of romantic. Because Cleavor's moves are already disjoints that do heightened shield damage, there's no reason for Cleavor to have a remotely good grab or throw game. The animations should telegraph this ineffectiveness. For instance, Cleavor's forward throw would look far more like a chef tossing out a pot of day-old stew than a seasoned martial artist. The back throw would have a similar clumsiness, because it's hard to have good physicality when you have two giant slabs of
I forgot to end the
sticking
poll.
out from your arms as if Moses and the Ten Commandments had a horrible Cronenberg-esque fusion. The back throw's bad. Cleavor's up throw sees it fly up a tiny amount for a drop attack, wherein one of its axes drops down like a guillotine. But where guillotine is a one-hit kill move in Pokemon or the French Revolution, this attack would be much less deadly, and would probably eventually become a mercy kill option around 170%. And lastly, Cleavor's down throw has it pinned down its prey for a violent attempt at a beheading. The execution attempt is too brutal for its own good, as this move would launch too far to be a practical combo starter, outside of extremely low percents. Before we get to a final smash, we'll just quickly cover the other stuff.
I mean, those throws are all
would
fine.
include it playing with its food, as it juggles a bag of feed from its boss fight before snatching it up. Another taunt has it sharpen its axes, which is both sensible maintenance and an ominous threat. Lastly, it's almost guaranteed to have a generic animal roar, because as a monster in Smash, that's just how it be sometimes. Cleavor's alternate colour palettes would include Shiny Cleavor, Noble Cleavor, as well as some family hand-me-downs from Cypher and Sizzle. Beyond that, I chose to have colour schemes based on Pinsir, Blue and Orange Mega Heracross.
Oh, I really like that blue and
lastly,
orange.
fellow bug rock-type Pokemon, and my friend Armaldo. Cleavor's stunned animation could be lifted straight from Legends Arceus, and, as a bug, it would have a wall cling, where it stabs an axe into the wall like a climbing axe, making it the first big fella in Smash history capable of vibing on the side of Kalos Pokemon League. To hold items, Kleavor would use the little nub hands it has at the end of its axes, because fingers are overrated. Kleavor's stage could be the upper branches of the Grand Tree, which would represent both Noble Kleavor's boss arena and the scenic and iconic Obsidian Field lands, which would make for a gorgeous backdrop, bristling with wild Pokemon cameos, such as the beetle that makes a funny noise, or Bidoof, who plays an important part in the lore of Legends Arceus, as the one Pokemon more powerful than Arceus. I hope everyone enjoyed that joke. Nothing but the finest 2014 Dorkly memes here on the Max Ham channel. All that's left now is the final smash. Regardless of costume choice, Kleavor ascends to its noble form as it violently lurches forward, similar to the close combat move. Anyone struck...
That would look... Okay, stop for a second. That would look a little bit weird, considering the fact that he has an alt color that turns him into Noble Kleavor. You might have to change that color palette.
Where they stand before Hisuian Arcanine, Avalugg and Lilligant, some of the other noble nature spirits. These sacred guardians judge Kleavor's prey unworthy and blast them with elemental attacks.
Oh, he's not okay.
Noble Pokemon drops down.
He is not okay.
Hisuian or otherwise, Electrode is still Electrode, and that means 3, 2... Sidebar, why does the Wikipedia page for actual real-world Electrodes have a picture of wires in the shape of Among Us? 1, boom!
Excuse me, what the fuck?
Boom, explodes, blasting away Kleavor's opponent. And that's Kleavor. Kleavor would be a force of nature and a cunning warlord, a tricksy insect and a brute.
I don't mind the final smash, but I think Kleavor should be involved in at least some fashion. It's a little bit too detached from Kleavor as a character.
Force barbarian. Kleavor would be a super heavyweight who can command an absurd amount of control from swinging.
Sorry, that fucking
axes,
that joke caught me off guard. God damn it! I've seen this before. God damn, that was good. Good job, Max. That did feel like a Smiling Friends joke.
To eviscerate stocks if Fury Cutter is used to its fullest.
Like, if you want an idea, maybe have, like, Kleavor be the one that, like, hits the Electrode and causes it to explode, or you could have him, like, dive slam the Electrode onto the opponent's head, or something that just give him something to do in the final smash.
Kleavor's size and poor recovery would make it one of Smash's most abusable archetypes, which is in line for a tutorial boss, but the pendulum swinging the other way would be like an ancient blade trap, as Kleavor's lethality would be oppressive, constant, and cutthroat. Wild, primal, and powerful, Kleavor truly would show what it means to be the Axe Pokemon. Also, fuck villagers' trees specifically.
Yeah, shit tree. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I know he has like a live section at the end where he talks about how he's not going to be doing this like consistently much for like a while because I think he's going to school, or he was going to school because this video is like over a year old. I love that moveset. There was a few issues. Like, I don't think that you needed a double spike forward air. I don't think that some of the moves needed to be the way they were. Some of the moves also felt a little bit weak compared to how impactful a lot of his other attacks were. Like, the forward smash, in my opinion, looked more like a side tilt than like a forward smash. I think the amount of work that went into it was fantastic, and this is absolutely the best thing we've seen all day. Let's not even beat around the bush. This is the best thing we've seen all day, and it might be the best thing that we see all day in general. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed getting to watch that again, and if you guys haven't, you should sub to Max Ham. If I were to give that moveset a number, I'd probably give it like a 7, because there were a few issues, and some of the specials probably could have been toned down or changed in at least some way, shape, or form. The order they were in was whatever. That's fine. Even he admitted that he was going back and forth on where each move should be. That's fine. But yeah, it's like a 7. I'd give that move like a 7. That moveset a 7. It is above and beyond the best thing we've seen all day. And it might be the best thing that we see all day. Now, I'm going to take a break now. I was supposed to take a break before that, but I wanted to watch that video because I didn't expect that to be next. But yeah, let's see who we'll be covering when I come back from like a quick break to get up and stretch my legs and refill my drink and get another... I might need to get more alcohol. Am I allowed to re-roll? Are we good? Do we have to do another Brawl fan? Reroll? You know what? I know a lot of people here want to see this. So I'm going to make a executive decision to quickly pick and choose which one of his videos are we doing first. We've covered like everybody else on this list at least once. And the only other people have only one video apiece. It's time to put this fucker in his place. Which one of his videos are we looking at first? Zacian. Oh boy. Oh, we're gonna white woman it up, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what. Hell is it? Ugh. This is going to be an interesting experience. And yeah, I'll be right back in like 5 to 10 minutes. If I were you, I'd get up and do a little bit of a walk around yourself. Holy fuck, don't feel like I'm going to enjoy this one very much. Pick a boat, bitches, I'm back. Back earlier than expected. You ready to white woman it up? Nobody even understands why I say that. The joke cuts a little deep will probably cut a little bit too deep for some people. But yes, I'm back. And for the first time ever on these videos, excuse me, we're looking at a video by Delzathan, of all people. I feel like I should preface this. When I did my critique on BrawlFan a couple years ago, I did jump to a lot of conclusions about an individual I honestly did not know well enough to judge the way I did. And while some of it might have come out correct, it was still wrong of me, and I do admit my fault for doing it. But while I did jump to a lot of conclusions about BrawlFan before I got to know him better, Delzathan, however, is someone that I've been around long enough to have a concrete opinion about. And unsurprisingly, it's not a good one. If I had to describe Delzathan in a single word, the word that comes to my mind almost immediately is odd. He's mostly quiet, but when he's talking to people, he comes off as abrasive and self-important in all the wrong ways. It's the kind of feeling I get whenever I see a clip of like Darkside Phil. It's this smarmy sense of self-importance, while 85% of what he's saying is either factually incorrect or projecting in some way, shape, or form. And it's over the smallest of things, too. Like, I am a person that believes that anyone who attempts to gatekeep speculation in the Smash community should be grabbed by the seat of their fucking pants and thrown out of the fucking community. I think that those people are objectively worse than the people who overreact when the character they were speculating didn't get into the game. Because at least that came from a place of passion, came from a place of interest. Delzadin is a person who actively treats people who either play the game a specific way or have preference in what they like to watch as lesser than he is. Even going so far as to say that not only do they not understand fundamentals, but are underinformed. What they're uninformed about as a fucking spectator, I couldn't tell you, but it's easily one of my favorite quotes of his. And going back to speculation gatekeeping, he is also disturbingly passive-aggressive when it comes to people speculating and requesting characters for Smash. Holy shit, Matt, thank you very much. I don't think that this conversation warranted that amount of money. Holy Jesus. Thank you so much. Well, since I was just talking about Darkside Phil. Well, you see, guys, we're gonna hit the tips goal. You gotta buy in, guys. These streams, they're not making much money. If they don't start making more money, I'm gonna have to drop this game. But yeah, it also if any character gets like a bit of popularity from a potentially fake leak, and people, get their hopes up, to him, they're just trash. Which is very funny, because he has gone out of his way to also jump on those bandwagons and take advantage of characters getting into those popular speculation circles because of one thing or another. Best example, Eggman. He literally did an Eggman moveset like at the right time when people were continuously talking about it, and he was bad-mouthing them for talking about it. But yeah, I believe that speculation is supposed to be fun, something that anyone can do. It's something anyone can do. It's almost always done for enjoyment. Like, speculation is not a competition. It's not supposed to be a competition. And if you're treating people poorly because they speculate things and they get excited for things, or they're disappointed something doesn't happen, you're an asshole. You're a fucking asshole. I gotta walk my dog. Good. Don't let your dog be around here when we're talking about Delzadin. You can't gatekeep Smash. It's too big. While I agree with you, that has not stopped people from trying. Also, and this is another thing, we're going to get into the video very soon, but I need to explain my relationships with this person. He also has a disturbing obsession with trying to flaunt his knowledge of competitive fighting games. And he will try to interject the fact that he plays the most non-competitive Smash games at a semi-passable competitive level into conversations where they have no business being a part of the discussion. Even going so far as to pass himself off as and I quote, upper mid-tier player. Listen, as someone who has played a variety of fighting games at a competitive level, and some of them at a higher level than he has ever reached with Smash, I will tell you this right now. If you're someone who truly understands the competitive aspects of a game and have been around it for a very long time, there is no need to tell people you play a game at a competitive level. Because your understanding of the subject matter would more than just speak for itself. The only people who have the tendency to go out of their way to tell people that they're a competitive player of any level are usually either new players just getting involved with the scene, or the absolute worst players at the scene. I've met people like Delzathan in real life. People that just can't fucking shut up about their competitive experience when it has no bearing on anything going on. And 10 times out of 10, they're the lowest level players that always drown in pools. And because their ego is too big, they refuse to try and learn from their fellow players, and they keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. But here's the thing. It's never their fault. It's always something like, oh man, I got cheesed. This character is overpowered. Man, you really cheesed me out of that with that final hit. Or some other, childish deflection of the fact that they suck so they can feel better about themselves. Long story short, they're never invited to join us at the bar after the tourney's done. And they're often the topic of conversation for the rest of the night, as, the comedic entertainment. I've been around, as I said, I've been around these types of people, and they're insufferable. But it also doesn't help that the information that he likes to talk about when it comes to Smash is wrong close to 60% of the time. At any time he tries to make a departure from Smash and talk about another fighting game franchise, one that he doesn't play whatsoever, that percentage goes up to 95. But he still talks like he's a veteran. It pisses me off so much. If you have to tell people that you're good at fighting games, you're not fucking good at fighting games. Like, straight up. Like, it's all the trademarks of your trademark narcissist. Put himself first in the conversation, openly ignoring feedback, goes out of his way to talk over people or shift the conversation to avoid the error in his statements. He doesn't admit his faults, and will ghost conversations if there's no way for him to recuperate. And you've just got to be a little bit fucked up in the head if you turn the death of Akira Toriyama into an opportunity to try and gas yourself up. Just a little bit fucked in the head, Just a little bit. We're reviewing his content. So if I tell people I am abysmal in UMVC3, I become a pro? No, man. If you're somebody who's just like playing at an average level, you tell people you're a competitive player. Because that adds so much to every conversation. Yes, I too love the parts where Justin Wong gets into like an interview, and the first thing he says is, "Oh, by the way, I was a competitive player of this game for this long. I played this character. As you know, I am a competitive player. I play at a very high level." Nobody fucking does this. He dissed Mr. Dragon Ball? No, he used his death as a means of propping up his own ego. And if any of you think that this is either, bullshit or, taken out of context, Everything I said has actual photo evidence. Just remember that. Delzden did that, yeah. He basically used the death of Akira Toriyama to gas up how many people he has inspired. You're inspiring me, bro. Do not fucking be like you. I would have guessed any of this from how he presents. I wouldn't have guessed any of this from how he presents himself. Well, narcissists are very good at hiding their true intentions. But I digress. His actions aside, he's somebody that's well regarded for making movesets. From what I've seen, they are either bitterly average to underperforming, like 85% of the time. I have not seen a Delzden moveset that has ever made me actually impressed with what he has put together. And one of the main reasons I think I've never seen that is because of the fact that he is very infamous for underbalancing his characters in at least one way, shape, or form. That's the internet for you. It's very easy to mask your true identity. Have you seen the allegations for a lot of YouTubers? But the funny thing is that, you want to know what? A majority of what I told you? It's from his Twitter and posting publicly in Pizza's Discord. But the idiots in there, they fucking love him. Holy shit, the sycophancy that goes on that server is a fucking problem. This isn't like anything like major or like found in the depths of like fucking 4chan or Reddit. No, this is all stuff from a public Discord and his Twitter. Is it on Twitter or Discord? If you're talking about the Akira Toriyama one, I pulled that straight from his Twitter. I don't know if he deleted it or not, but that's where it came from. Have you ever been in a voice call with him? Do you think for a second that that dude would ever let someone like me even remotely close to him? That guy is fucking terrified of anything that goes against his narrative. That's why he runs away from any conversation that proves him wrong. He'll never get in a voice call with me, because what's he gonna say? What can you say? No, it didn't happen. There's proof that it happened. I have more subs than you? Subs are a metric of popularity, not quality. And if we're going by that logic, then BrawlFan is like 5 times better than both of us put together. No, I've never been in a voice call with him. And honestly, it wouldn't go anywhere, because the dude is infamous for just not retaining any information. You could explain everything to this man about a single subject, and he will come back a few months later regurgitating the exact same thing he said before the conversation happened. And if you don't believe me, it's happened multiple times, and the most common thing that usually happens on is that he literally just does not understand that Bowser's not a grappler. But he will, every like a couple months, bring up the point that Bowser is a grappler, and when I tell him, no, that's not how it works, he uses the exact same excuse of, grapplers in Smash are different than grapplers in traditional fighting games. He's not a grappler. Even the wiki says he's not a grappler. And yeah, he's tried mentoring me, and it was fucking odd. It's like, no. It is so hard to have respect for competitive Smash players when I know that he is the traditional FGC meme of a Smash player. Of like the dude that knows nothing about actual fighting games, but will talk endlessly like he is a fucking encyclopedia about them. I hate when he opens his mouth about fucking anything to do with a traditional fighting game, because it's almost always wrong. And I wouldn't mind if it was wrong, if it's just along the lines of, like, he said something wrong, he's corrected, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I meant this. But no, it's literally this over and over and over again, and he doesn't fucking learn anything. Holy hell, I'm so glad I had that alcohol, because I don't think I would have gotten all that out if I didn't. What can I say? Liquid courage, am I right, fellas? He says that while not calling Sonic a rushdown, no, he's hit and run. He doesn't consider rushdowns an actual archetype. Yes, because he hates them. Because he plays the character that is slow and boring to watch. I've already told people that if you let personal biases get in the way of your character designs, you're fucking up some way, shape, or form in the character's design. And his over-reliance on characters being like passive and slow and defensive in some way, shape, or form has led to a lot of his movesets being bad. Sadly, the ones that are the most egregious are not the ones that we're talking about. He considers Mario an archetype. It's fucking true. He does consider Mario an archetype. The archetype known as Italian. He doesn't consider one of the most common archetypes to not be one. Dude, he doesn't know anything about fighting game design. Let's not be around the bush. He plays at a low tier level at locals, and he tries to pass that off as some actual fucking skill. Jesus Christ, let's not be around the bush. The dude does not have a fucking clue what he's talking about. It's embarrassing. And it's even more embarrassing when the sycophants in Pizza's Discord try to gas him up. Like, wouldn't it just be better to just tell him that he's wrong so we can fucking learn something? My favorite Mario, Ryu. Oh god. I didn't get more alcohol, I probably should have. Let's just get this fucking clown show on the road, shall we?
When a series has been around for 20 years and counting, there are ideas that get picked up along the way.
Let me know if
Smash
his
is no different,
under-enthusiasm is too
especially with
loud.
its gigantic playable roster. And like any other fighting game out there, there are a lot of character archetypes and often multiple examples of each. You have your jacks of all trades who can do just about anything.
The archetype known as Mario! It's him!
Your high-octane rushdown fighters.
I thought you didn't consider them a rushdown, but you hate those people. Those are the people that don't know fundamentals.
Your heavyweight grapplers.
If you need proof that he doesn't retain information,
no, on unacceptable. No, unacceptable. No, unacceptable.
No, you should die.
Your space animals, etc. But one of these has drawn a lot of negative attention lately. The sheer number of characters we have who fight with
The funny thing is that Donkey Kong's not a grappler either.
swords. While Smash and Nintendo as a whole have never been strangers to
My favorite archetype is Kazi Gandorf.
sword users,
Fucking Jesus.
we've seen a gradual increase over the series' history, to the point where official materials are making self-aware jokes about it. And this has not sat right with some parts of the community. There's this belief that sword fighters are stale and uncreative and over-repping one type of weapon too much when there are others we've seen so little of.
No, the problem is that all the sword characters fight with the sword in the exact same way. Nobody's complaining that there's too many swords. It's that there's too many swords being used in the same manner. The only exception to this that feels nice are Robin and Roy. And Roy has a nice, flair with his backhand swings and, close range fight, but else than fucking hates Roy. And then you've got his low tier wonder in Robin. I guess you could also constitute Ike, but like all the others, they feel a little bit too samey. Why does he hate Roy? Because he's an aggressive rushdown character, and he calls him brainless. He's done this on multiple occasions. Fuck you, I love Robin, and I love Roy, and I love Roy more.
Where are the spear users, some say? What about axes? What about magic users? What about people who don't use weapons? And fans who aren't into the whole fantasy aesthetic have been especially vocal about all the swordsmen hanging around, to the point where a stigma of sorts is developed against quote-quote anime sword fighters because of all the vocal critics accusing them of monopolizing more than their fair share. But the thing is, judging whether a character deserves to get in solely on their choice of weapon is oversimplifying it. It veers too much toward caring more about using characters to...
Again, I don't think that people are concerned about people using swords. They just don't want people to play the same way. And I'm 100% there with them. That's why I think that characters like Cloud and Sephiroth are such amazing breaths of fresh air, because they have swords, but they feel nothing like the other sword fighters in Smash.
To check off representation boxes instead of talking about the characters themselves, And the argument hasn't even been consistent. There's little talk of there being too many fist fighters or martial artists, even though this...
Because it's the most common fucking form of combat.
Same risk.
Though I think I have heard people complain about punching kick characters being boring, to which I say, no, you're boring.
Risk of them feeling too similar to their predecessors still applies. And even the anime sword...
The argument also doesn't match because... Again, it's the fact that all the sword fighters feel the fucking same. Characters, their personality adds so much to the way they punch and kick. Terry and Ryu are nothing alike. Not even close. The abundance of personality added to Terry's animations make him feel so unique and unlike anything in the game. And you know what? It's gonna be sad when he's not in the next Smash.
Fighter argument doesn't feel consistent when there are so many characters who have traditionally and or currently been popular to talk about who just so happen to use a sword or sword-like weapon.
No, that's a bad argument. People like these two because they use more than swords. People expect Dante to use more than a sword. People expect 2B to use more than a sword, because they're both from games that highly encourage you using different weapons. DMC especially. And then you got people like Virgil, who mainly just uses a sword, but ain't nobody fight like Virgil.
Is a major part.
Not to mention, why is Isaac here? Isaac? People aren't looking at Isaac because of this. They're thinking, oh, he gets power, he gets fucking geomancy powers. But yeah, if you need an example of how much this guy just does not understand the thought process of your average person in this community, he lumped two of the most, no, technically three. I don't really know too much about Lloyd, but I know that the two swords in and of themselves are unique in and of themselves and probably constitute well for a moveset. But 3 out of these 4 characters are so much more than a fucking sword.
Their tool set. At what point does the stigma become less about swords and more about a fear of the characters you like missing out and a resentment toward those who made it instead? I mean...
I know. I feel like you've done this on multiple occasions.
I've been there before.
Fucking Christ.
The truth is, sword users are just...
No, I'm not going to explain the white woman joke yet.
common.
I'm not even the one that came up with it. You can blame Joe for that. Joe's the one that gave me that joke.
Protagonists in RPGs and fantasy settings just prefer them because audiences are used to it. And while that makes the characters who don't use swords stand out more, I also don't think we should lock out those who do just based on knee-jerk reactions.
Nobody's doing this. And sure, maybe there's like a few 12 or 13-year-olds that are being vocal, like, I don't like the swords in Smash. But they don't speak for like 95% of the community. Again, people just want to see people use swords in different ways. And with the characters they got, they did. We got some new sword fighters throughout Ultimate. We got Pyra and Mithra, while they both fight similar to each other, the way they feel in terms of like sword fighting feels nothing like any other character in the game. Hero doesn't feel like any other character in the game, and he fights with the same weapons as Link. Because his focus isn't the sword, it's the fucking magic. Byleth. And then you got Sephiroth, who, you know, massive fucking katana, who plays nothing like any other swordsman in the game. We finally get to the moveset and not Smash circle jerking. I'm sorry that his video starts like this, but I feel that like this negative stigma just goes to show that he's very uninformed about a lot of the shit that he talks about.
That can still be done even within one weapon type. For example, we've had fighters who combine swordplay with other tools and equipment, spell sword characters who are also proficient with magic, a combo maniac who strings otherwise weak attacks into long chains.
Yeah, I wish he was still like that. He's not anymore.
And most recently, a weapon master who also wields a lance, an axe, and a bow. And their fighting styles are all surprisingly different from each other. And that brings us to our challenger. Someone who could join the ranks of a roster with so many swords on it, yet still bring a completely unique and unconventional fighting style that no other character has touched. Because it turns out that one of the most interesting options for a sword fighter still out there is one who fights on all fours.
Amaterasu.
Zacian! In the furthest steps of history there lies a legend, a tale of the nation of Galar and how it came to be, of a great calamity from beyond the stars that blackened the
It's very weird.
Sky and roused
From what I've been able to gather,
titanic beasts to ravage the land.
Delston loathes the idea of Ami
joined
being in
forces
Smash.
In their darkest hour, in desperate hope to save their homeland from destruction. Of a chosen champion.
It's very
a hero
weird.
Shrouded in mystery.
He's very okay with like every other like dog character except for Ami.
Who, wielding a blessed sword and shield, subdued the great evil and sealed it away where, hope willing,
He sounds so
it would never
uninterested.
darken.
I can assure you, the amount of like fucking cope this man went through believing this character was the most likely Gen 8 character, Gen 9 Pokemon for Smash. This man is not uninterested. This man went through like the 7 layers of cope hell to try and support Zacian during Ultimate's lifespan.
In the light of day again. With peace restored, a new kingdom was founded, and the two youths were crowned its first rulers. and the hero disappeared.
Like,
without a
don't get me
trace.
wrong.
Like all myths.
Don't get me wrong. Zacian, she's awesome. I love Zacian as a Pokemon. But I would never think that Zacian has a chance over, like, fucking Cinderace.
In fantasy RPGs, this one has some truth to it, unraveled over time as you progress in the story and write your own saga of sorts. But this tale's a bit different than most, as some key details in-universe were lost and obscured over the ages, because the youths were not accompanied by one legendary hero, but two, guardian beasts of noble spirit and unknown origin, bitter rivals according to some accounts.
Yeah, I
who set their
forgot.
differences
Dustin
aside when
has
it
the
mattered
Brawl
most,
fan problem
though
of
according to
wasting too
others,
much
they were
time at the
brother and
beginning
sister.
talking
Perhaps
about
there
the
was truth to
fucking
both.
character.
Is more than enough to make them worth our consideration. But if you're still skeptical, you might be wondering, just how would Zacian work in Smash? How do we
Like a less interesting Ami. That's how she would work in Smash. She would be a less interesting Amaterasu.
even take a wolf with a sword and make it function in a platform fighter? Much less
Brawl fan does waste time. I know, I just said that. He has the Brawl fan problem of wasting too much time during the introduction of a video. If people are choosing to watch the video character, chances are high, unless it's like somebody super fucking obscure, they know who they're watching. They know about the character they're watching. That's why they chose to watch it.
be a unique and interesting newcomer? Well, all we have to do is pull from her highly unconventional build, vast move pool, and some details referenced in Sword and Shield's lore to create a concept that feels at once the pinnacle of a knight, an impossibly skilled sword fighter, and completely unlike anything Smash has ever seen. And if you're worried about Zamazenta getting left out, don't worry. While I have Zacian as the playable one, since her power set lets her do more within Smash's environment, Zamazenta will lend a paw in a few important ways. You'll see
Final
later
Smash,
on.
probably.
Appearance-wise, we have a pretty easy lift straight from Sword and Shield with only small changes here or there to account for the different style of game. We want her animations as a whole to give off the feel of a folk hero from old fairy tales who intends to live up to that reputation in ways even
Smash
beyond.
already has 2 fully evolved fire starters. We don't need a third. I disagree. I think we can always use more. Because guess what? The fire starters are almost always the most interesting starters of the bunch.
Her home series, standing idle with her head held high and her ribbon-like hair dramatically.
Even if I
billowing
think
in the
Inteleon
wind.
has more
Every
potential as a
motion,
character.
attack, and evasive maneuver should flow into each other seamlessly, mixing swordplay and acrobatics into a dance-like rhythm that enthralls onlookers as effortlessly as it cuts enemies down. The motion lines in her sword swings could even linger a few frames longer than usual for emphasis. Could also use a unique entrance animation based on the magic pillar both legendaries use a couple times to fast travel. For alternate colors, we have a few places to pull ideas from. The Galar League's gym members all wear stylized uniforms based on the type they focus on, and even the types that don't have gyms still have uniforms you can purchase and wear yourself. I could see Zacian getting a couple palettes based on the color schemes of the Fairy and Steel uniforms. Would be a pretty neat reference, don't you think? Beyond that,
Yeah,
we
if you
could
wanna
also
fuck
pull
with
some other
readability,
colors from
sure.
some other notable canine Pokemon, or even dip into some other franchises entirely. Or
No, that would just make me fucking sad. Because if we want to be fucking realistic, let's go back a couple of frames, shall we?
other colors from some other notable canine Pokemon.
No, I
or
don't care
even
about
dip
that. 2 of those 3 characters there would be way more interesting characters than Zacian would. Let's not even be around the fucking bush. Ami is the full package, but Midna and Wolflink would be a fucking awesome Smash character. And hey, if they're so hell-bent on having it always have to be the most important characters, well then that's technically Link. So it counts. But yeah, just seeing this is just like, why? I would rather have these. Again, I love Zacian, but the nice thing about Ami is that she has so many weapons to choose from. And majority of the time she's using her weapon, she doesn't need to worry about animation because the sword and the weapons float on her back or float over her head. With Zacian, you need to animate this character in a way where each attack has impact, and by doing that, you need to like use the entire body of the Pokemon. And that's kind of where this idea for Zacian falls flat. Both of these characters have abilities that while it's mainly a quadrupedal character, there are aspects that they don't have to worry about the limitations of being a quadruped. Zacian does. I'll let him continue.
Into some other franchises entirely. Or there's the tried and true shiny option, and it's a really good shiny, but Smash has been very inconsistent about using those, so who knows. But that doesn't answer a
That's not true, they gave one to Incineroar.
Pretty important question. How do we get a quadrupedal build working in Smash that doesn't have prehensile vines or Looney Tunes physics to rely on when interacting with items and stage elements? Actually, it'd be a lot easier than you'd think. From scrunching up when shielding to fit into it more easily, to shaking her head in disappointment after losing since she can't clap, to simply holding most items with her mouth and carrying crates and barrels on her back in between the wing formations on her armor. Sure,
a little bit of a stretch. Again, another thing that he doesn't have that I do is animation knowledge. Because, you know, that's what I went to school for, and that's what I work in as, you know, for contract work. The animation would be odd, to say the least. Not to mention the way that you would have the character hold an item in the mouth while you already have an item in the fucking mouth. It would look really weird. But yeah, she's already holding an item. I would have bought it if you said she balanced items on the tip of her sword. It would look weird and be hard to animate and make look good, but it would sound better than that. Because Zacian can't just drop the fucking sword. If you want, honestly, a way to get around this would be Zacian starts in her regular form. Not the one she gets when she has the sword. And she turns into that form during specific moves. Bada bing, bada boom, there you go, I fixed your fucking problem. Really is that fucking simple.
Operating a blaster or super scope with her teeth wouldn't make any sense, but it's not like Smash has always been realistic about it before.
That's not a good example. Because that's more just Wario being Wario. You don't also give an example of how the character could pull the super scope.
We even have a canon explanation for where the sword would go while using an item. This piece of official art shows that Zacian's ribbons can hold her sword like a makeshift scabbard when not in use. Bet you didn't know about that, huh? Up now, we've come to Zacian's stats and other attributes.
Why the fuck did you not lead with that? Well, I know why you didn't lead with that. You didn't lead with it for an aha, I got you, I'm smarter than you moment. It didn't fucking work. It would still look like shit.
And if you're not very familiar with this character, you're in for quite the surprise. With a canon preference to stay on the offensive in combat,
it also really wouldn't fix how she'd use weapons. Like, I know, you have her hold the other, like, sword items like she does her sword. Why? Brilliant fucking idea. I know, your haha, got you moment. I bet you didn't know that. Hi, did you know that maybe you should have the fucking ribbons hold the items?
We want Zacian's fighting style in Smash to be true to that. Excelling at approaching and breaking through enemy zones of control, she'd have little trouble getting in if her mobility and moveset are used wisely. From there, her pressure-based swordplay would allow her to hammer opposing shields and force them to
Zone
respond to her
breaking
presence
is a
whether they
trait,
want to or
not a play style.
This gives her innate talent at controlling the pace of a match in a way that forces opponents to respect her options in just about all neutral situations. And it'd also feel pretty different from other fighters with similar play styles, especially since her approaching tools are built less around burst movement.
Zone
and more
breaker,
around
soul
clearing
rushdown. In a sense, yeah. I'm surprised he has. Well, this is early Delzathan. He became way more crabby about the idea of rushdown characters existing and breathing the same air as his characters, like a couple of years after this.
So her raw stats can close the gap. But that's not that unusual, right? Well, it is once you see her stats and other details. In a reversal of how things usually go for Pokemon fighters in Smash, Zacian's sheer size and cannon means she'd actually need to be sized down to fit better in Ultimate's environment.
Debatable.
Being that big is important to the character, but not what solely defines her.
That's also the length of Zacian, not the height.
So to that end, she'd still be smaller than Bowser or Ridley or the other biggest characters in the game, but not by much.
Who is his main? Robin.
And with the weight to match,
aka one of the characters in Smash that gets eaten alive by Rushdown the most.
Her size and the armor she wears in battle, Zacian would actually be the 6th heaviest character in the game, making her not only a new super heavy, but one who plays nothing like those we currently have. Thanks in no—
You're making a super heavy Rushdown character. Rushdown characters usually have poor defense to make up for the fact that their power, not their power, but their ability to consistently rack up damage is so good, they melt as fast as they can melt other people. I think that having semi-heavy Rushdown characters is fine. Like, a character around the weight of Samus is probably the limit for what I'd say is okay for a Rushdown character. This is so fucking weird. Am I telling him to not make her a Rushdown character? Am I fucking telling the man who loves his defensive play to make the character that he turned into a Rushdown character not a fucking Rushdown character? What a fucking wild day today is. Jesus Christ. I did not expect this to be the way this conversation is going. Continue.
no small part to also being one of the fastest characters in the game, putting her ludicrous 148 base speed to use and giving her the 11th fastest walk, 10th fastest initial dash, and 7th fastest run speed of anyone so far.
I don't have a problem with big characters going fast. And I'm trying to, the thing that immediately comes to mind is, as somebody who's also, that does this a lot, I'm thinking of Koraidon. I'm thinking of the way I designed Koraidon as the first big body rushdown character of Smash. And I would like to argue that his stats are way better fucking balanced than this. I know I did not make Koraidon this heavy. I made him, I think, like 113 or 112. Somewhere that he's basically semi-heavy, but not heavy is that. And he's not that fast. But yeah, that doesn't sound great. Yeah, I would argue that Zacian would probably suit a footsie character better than a rushdown character. Holy hell, what a weird fucking day. I cannot believe I just told the man who hates rushdown to stop making his character a rushdown.
With top 20 airspeed, which is a little less ridiculous but still pretty impressive. As both a big body and a speedster, Zacian would be able to bear down on opponents and scare them into responding with greater ease than any of her counterparts. Being a fast
All the more reason that that's a little bit overbalanced.
faller has its pros and cons. Allows her to jump and throw out falling aerials more rapidly and gives her a somewhat better time landing, but also means she'll be easier to combo and more vulnerable when trying to recover. But not only is Zacian big and fast, her offense would be a sight to behold when it gets going, boasting an utterly absurd 170 base attack in a series where around...
You're translating these things way too literally into the moveset when it is abundantly clear from the way that Pokemon are designed in Smash that that's not the way things work.
110 or higher is considered pretty good. It'd actually need to be toned down in Smash to keep from getting out of hand.
It really
I ended
wouldn't.
up choosing to give her merely very good
because
damage
those
per hit,
stats don't
but with
matter.
a complex and freeform combo game that puts her damage output over the top when it's used well. Imagine something like how Palutena can combo like half her neutral tools into other moves with multiple viable options for follow-ups at low to mid.
Like, if I had to give her a speed and you want to make her a rushdown character, I think I'd make her like a little bit underneath Donkey Kong as a speed. Donkey Kong's not slow, but I think that's more than enough. There are rushdown characters that are slower than Donkey Kong.
Mid percents and even some reliable confirms at high percents. Zacian's attacks would even be pretty fast to come out in reference to the lore, but to keep things balanced, I decided to give many of them above average NLAT. This way she can have an impressive offensive presence when she's the one in control, but if her players slipped up and let their opponent turn the tables, things would go south fast. Yet despite being able to keep pace and rack up damage with the best of them, Zacian's actual KO power is just okay. In another departure from the other super heavies, which
that makes no fucking sense. Like, you go out of your way to compare a lot of these things with the game, but then in the parts where it like matters the most in comparison to what the character could be in relation to the game they come from, you drop the fucking ball. Sorry, roommate came in. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, you dropped the ball in the worst way possible. I think that if you want to design Zacian as a character, it's possible. It's more than possible. I think the best thing that you could do... Remember when Duke raised over stats during a moveset reading because they're fucking boring?
No, unacceptable. No, unacceptable.
Unacceptable. They're the most important part of a fucking character. It's such a bad decision to make. But anyways. Yeah, I think that if you really want to design Zacian to feel like the character that she is in Pokemon, the way you do it is you make her more of a footsie range duelist who has the ability to quickly burst forward and deal some substantial damage and make her small hits count and potentially turn into big fucking damage. While having some substantial KO power, because that's like 90% of her identity as a Pokemon. This doesn't feel like a moveset for Zos. Those stat distributions do not feel like the stats of Zacian. And you know what? I wouldn't mind if she was heavy, if she was more of a footsie / mid-range character that focused more on making her small hits count and keeping people out of her fucking close range. Because because that befits a character of that playstyle more than one that's designed to get in your face. It's not cool. It's not fun. This again, it sounds like the idea of a Rushdown character from somebody that doesn't like Rushdown or is bad at Rushdown. I need to make my Rushdown character heavy because I don't like the commitment of having to get in close and deal damage and potentially die if I get hit. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in playing Kunai Spy embodied as a Smash character. Oh yeah, don't mind that. Apparently I'm not the only one in the house that's getting drunk. Or, you know, I don't know. My roommates some of them are fucking odd people.
Tend to have multiple ways to finish people off at early percents. Zacian would actually
ignore any screams you hear in the background.
Before 100.
Just personify them as me, as my internal monologue.
40% or so, the worst of anyone in her weight class, especially since she'd almost utterly lack ways to cheese stocks at early percents. She's too honorable to rely on underhanded tactics like that. There'd still be fairly reliable
ways to
get the job done once opponents are at the right threshold.
Back up a
second. At early percent in her weight class, especially since she'd almost utterly lack ways to cheese stocks at early percents.
Oh, there's the cheese talk. Keep your fucking meme language out of your fucking movesets. That goes for everybody. I'm not interested in hearing it. Because there's no such thing as fucking cheese. There's only bad players unable to accept the fact that they lost.
She's too honorable to rely on underhanded tactics like that. There'd still be fairly reliable means to get the job.
She's designed in Pokemon around one-shotting people. And not to mention, I would argue that regardless of what she's too good for in her actual appearances in Pokemon, that's exactly what she's like in competitive Pokemon. I also don't like Rushdown characters for a similar reason. I hate Mii Brawler so much, but I recognize that's my bias. Well, you know what? At least you're capable of understanding that it's a bias, and you don't let it control you. The point I'm making, though, is that Zacian is literally the most underhanded, easy-win Pokemon, or one of the most underhanded, easy-win Pokemon that has ever been designed and released in Pokemon, the series as a whole, next to, like, Mega Rayquaza. Zacian is so unbelievably fucking broken that for the longest time, she basically had her own tier. Until they nerfed her in Sword and Shield. But she gets, sorry, it's Sword and Shield in fucking Scarlet and Violet. But guess what? She's still good. Yes, I would argue that this Pokemon would use underhanded tactics like cheesed. Because if I've never seen a Pokemon just immediately delete other Pokemon like this fucker does. No other Pokemon in the game deletes Pokemon like Zacian did back in Gen 9.
Done once opponents are at the right thresholds, but you'd still need to get there first, creating a very different and, hopefully, unique dynamic.
Cheese to meet you. We're not covering Resident Evil 4.
Now, let's get into the actual moveset.
Actually, it would be a good April Fool's joke moveset, honestly.
Let's see just what this unconventional hero is capable of, shall we? Beginning with basic grounded moves, Zacian's jab combo consists of a horizontal cut, then a diagonally rising cut in the opposite direction, then finishing with a vertical slash that brings the sword down.
That's right.
A decently quick
I was fucking wondering if I forgot something about these movesets. doesn't fucking show much of the moveset. Oh no.
Combo that hit around frame 5, it'd be different than your typical jab because instead of requiring multiple button presses, holding A would have her go through the entire animation in a single fluid motion regardless of if each part hits anyone or not. Would make it pretty good at catching panic spot dodges.
Yeah, gee, if only I could fucking see it.
Zacian's forward tilt is a somewhat simple diagonal slice that starts up and behind her and ends low and in front.
Oh god.
Based on an in-game attack animation, it gains more range as the animation plays out, hence the name. Zacian's up tilt.
I think I said this before for Brawl Fan, but using like in-game Pokemon animations is not exactly the greatest thing. Why don't you just go with the fucking anime? Go with the anime, where you get to see the Pokemon do all sorts of flippy-dippy shit. Also, the animation looked awful.
Is the opposite, a slash overhead with a slight leap that starts in front of her and ends above and behind. This one actually loses some range over the course of the animation, and with a more horizontal arc overall, it'd be good at covering landings but with less disjoint to challenge falling aerials than your typical sword up tilt. The down tilt is the first to be directly inspired by a Pokemon move, though it doesn't normally use a sword. This half slash performed low to the ground to trip people up, picture something like Roy's jab turned on its side, would be a very potent low poke and combo starter up until high percents, at which point it'd lose most of its usefulness since it'd deal too much knockback to confirm into a finisher.
I was muted for some reason. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Brawl Fan. I miss Brawl Fan. And the reason I miss Brawl Fan is that while his movesets are all over the fucking place in terms of quality, the fact that he takes the time to show the animation... Who just entered my call?
Me.
Hello.
Brother in Christ, there's only like 3 people that can enter this one.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tipsy at the moment.
Delirious works too. Given
I'm not delirious. I'm
well,
fine.
Well, not delirious. This is probably a better drink, but Ranterous or Ranterous. Fuck, maybe I'm drunk.
Hey, you want to share?
Yeah, sure. You want some Jim Beam? How much alcohol does it have?
Give me the entire fucking bottle.
I'm pretty sure you will be dead. No, before you say anything, no.
I was about to say good. Or, no, I got a better one for you.
Yummers.
Christ. Howdy, gamers.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, so I'm here. I've been doing... 14 has Degeneracy re-enabled now. I was tinkering around with that, and now
Sir,
I'm doing Mythic Siege.
I appreciate you being here, but I'm in the middle of something.
Okay, sorry, continue.
I miss Brawl Fan, because as bad and all over the places his movesets were, he took the time to show each animation. Even if he's not the best at pose work, he still actually put in effort to show his work. And you know what? I think this makes this the worst. This is the worst presentation so far. Because guess what? As weird as it was to have Sleepy Swampert stop to talk about pills while downing a bunch of fucking pills, it was at least giving me some visual feedback. Like, this is just nothing. Where's my mouse?
La la la.
Then Zacian's dash attack would be a spin maneuver that strikes in front. Then
4 hours. Oh god.
4.5 hours. Probably gonna go for like another hour.
Good lord.
Yummers.
Immediately behind, both linking into a finishing slash. Would be great for trapping landings or errant dodges with its active frames and lack of late sour spot, especially with a character this fast. As long as you don't get shielded and punished, since it'd be very unsafe on block. But that's the simple stuff.
That's it. That's it. You showed one move. You showed one move. Please tell me there's more.
How about we let this Master Knight really let loose? Zacian's forward smash has her perform a quick slash downward, carry the momentum into a front flip, and slam her blade down overhead with enough force to impact the ground. A single, uninterrupted motion to convey the idea of a fighter who has learned to use her unusual build to the fullest. It'd be a two-hit move with the first part comboing into the second. With great damage, surprisingly fast startup for a smash attack, and a big hitbox on the part
What does
that
that
matters
mean?
most. It also
What does that mean? You're not showing me fucking anything. Surprisingly fast startup for a smash attack. That could be fucking like anything from like frame 6 to frame like 12.
to be unsafe on block and deal less knockback
Frame
than you'd
8.
expect. Wouldn't KO at the ledge until past 110% or so, and not at mid-stage until nearly 150. Zacian's up smash starts with a backflip in place and a rising slash to cover it, then carries the momentum into a second flip with a forceful slash and a flourish at the end. Her most reliable tool for ending stocks, it also come out pretty fast by smash attack standards. While the second hit would cover Zacian fairly well, the first would only
God, I
hit
hope my
immediately
microphone
in
isn't
front
picking
and
up that
directly
train.
above. And if you miss that,
It was picking up birds for a moment.
Oh, and it wouldn't actually KO anyone until past 130%, which pales in comparison to the power on some other up smashes. Then Zacian could take the typical sword fighter down smash and add a little to it, performing a low spin that pulls.
What do I
opponents
even
in
say about
and carrying
this?
the momentum into a short
Like,
hop
like
and a
legitimate question. This isn't even a haha, let's make fun of Delsden moment. It's literally just, what do I say about this? I am being given fucking nothing. You're giving me a description. That's not enough. A stick figure would have sufficed. Anything. Anything. Fucking anything. How much of this moveset is literally just nothing? I'm pretty sure the specials will have visuals to them.
forward slam right on top of them, dealing 3 hits total, with the first and second linking into the third like you'd expect. It'd be very effective at covering rolls or get-up options, but once again, it wouldn't KO until later than you'd think. In no small
Well,
part
yeah,
to
of course
stat.
there was more talk about with the stats and the actual moves because he actually showed the fucking stats.
Diagonal knockback, sending your victims toward the corners instead of right at a blast zone. Next up, Zacian's aerials continue the acrobatics.
I mean,
starting with the neutral air where she curls
that's
up.
all you're watching. I'll be quiet.
It'll probably just be the same animation looped over and over. I'm perfectly fine with that because at least it gets the point across that this is what you're looking for. That's all you need to do. That's all you have to do. And I know I should say, like, this is an earlier moveset, but I know for a fact that he still has this fucking problem with his current work. It's not as egregious. Objectively speaking, he does get better at it. It's not literally just buttons. Some moves have more references or some sort of visual feedback for the player to look at and give me a reason to listen to this video with my eyes open. But this is just—it's just nothing so far. We've seen one move. He's gone through the grounded normals and the smash attacks.
Holds her sword out and spins twice in midair. I imagine something kind of like Joker's Nair, but with a faster animation once the actual attack is out and some slightly different properties. With 2 hits total that, once again, combo into each other, it'd be invaluable for creating some space when trying to get out of a bad situation, with the added bonus of leading into follow-ups if you connect with the first part of just the first hit as you're landing. But with below average startup for this fighter hitting around frame 10 or 11, you wouldn't be able to mash out of pressure with it, and its diagonal knockback would be ill-suited for edge guarding, on top of being a pretty big commitment with its long animation. Zacian's forward air...
Did I, like, put on the audiobook version of this fucking moveset? Because I feel like this is the audiobook version of this moveset.
Audio Jungle
is the simplest of the bunch. A downward slash with a slight diagonal lean either toward or away from the screen depending on which direction you're facing. A fairly straightforward spacing / shield pressure tool if used while falling. It'd have fast enough startup to be an important tool in neutral, and it also auto-cancels if used at the start of a short hop, meaning you'd be able to use it while rising as well. It'd even be a great combo starter or extender at low percents. albeit becoming less useful at doing so the more damage your opponent has. Zacian's back air has some more force behind it, performing a blinding horizontal slash with a slight rise to it that turns her around afterward. Some decent startup would give way to a very fast swing that slowed down at the tail end for dramatic effect. She'll look strong because she puts force behind it, not because of the weapon itself. An effective KO option once your opponent has enough damage on them. The turnaround would also let you pressure shields with it and lead right into mix-ups since you'd be facing your opponent with more options than if you weren't. And here's where things get interesting again. With an up air where Zacian
Really?
partway in midair,
Is that so? I would love to see it.
flashes from in front to above and partway behind her, then adjusts her grip mid-movement and performs a second slash from above and partway in front to all the way behind.
The worst part is that the descriptions have moderate thought put into them. Right? This wasn't just something they just threw together. That's clearly something that took some time to formulate. To which I must ask, why did you think this was okay? Like, this is just nothing. It feels like a sluggish college lecture from a dead inside professor. You know, I don't know if BC is here, BC Omics. That man had the perfect description of a Delsathon video, and I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. I think it was something like the MC of a middle school trying to keep the kids excited. Or something along those lines. I don't remember what it was, but the first time I read it, I almost fell out my chair.
Please.
But yeah, this is just like... now that I'm looking at this, that one guy who was in my fucking comments, like, losing his shit, like, a week ago, he makes less sense than he did before. Like, what the fuck is this moveset? It's nothing! Okay, for context, Joe?
Yeah?
I had, like, some weirdo in my chat, like, freaking the fuck out in my Zero Aura video.
What?
I don't know. Like, the dude was literally spurging. Like, the guy was talking about how I'm not a good fucking person. And then he was, like, responding to somebody, and then he, like, went on this tirade. It's just, like... I had to fucking delete the comment. It was like liquid insanity.
Maybe you should have had a cold brew.
And I saw that one comment was like, it does, that puts more thought process into his movesets. You know, I'm looking at this, so I'm like... Thought process is not fucking enough to make a moveset, apparently.
Sure about that?
Tool, thanks to how
sure about
it
that?
It'd have a weird knockback angle that sends people
That's
above and slightly backward, making this move actually kind of difficult to follow up on. More of a combo finisher than combo starter, this one, with the added bonus of being a rock-solid finisher past 150% or so.
He tried to rebound that.
Zacian's down air
like,
has her
talking
halter
about
momentum,
Tucker.
spin vertically in place.
Well, yeah, because Zero Aura was a tribute to Tucker dying.
The sword continues to spin as it falls, and eventually...
This fucker needs to go outside and touch some fucking grass to get off of, like, this...
Still has some element of control over
what's the family friendly way to say it?
Surface or platform gets in the way.
Touch grass.
With two
drop the toaster accidentally and you're back.
Dive kick maneuver.
When you're making Legos.
No, you can't fucking say this, Joe!
Yes, you can! Zesty did!
Zesty did, but I'm not Zesty.
Target in midair, but if you get the right openings, it make getting down from
That's kind of a good thing, isn't it?
Oh, and it also can't spike at any point.
I also know we're talking over this, but there's nothing on the fucking screen!
That was
bruh.
Where do you see Zacian's
I've seen...
Oh my god!
I've
seen
where she tosses her sword
shit be more fucking tantalizing than this. Like, put some fucking Subway servers on the bottom or something, like anything to stimulate the brain.
And temporarily sheath it. If the grab fails, she continues her motion.
Pull out my Game Boy Advance emulator and put it in the bottom right corner.
Missing a beat. While all of Zacian's grabs would be slow to come out because of the animation, they'd all have pretty great reach, albeit very little disjoint, and a big reward for getting them. And this
discussion is more entertaining than the actual video.
Throws have Zamazenta step in to assist. In front of her.
Wait, hang on.
Air immediately in front of you, he'd have a slightly different animation where he looked like he's suspended in midair. Their forward throw has
What?
Zacian lob the enemy up and forward for Zamazenta to headbutt away at a low angle, great for positioning and low percent tech setups. Their back throw starts with a higher up toss, followed by a leaping tackle by Zamazenta.
Don't worry, guys. He put one more picture on the fucking
screen.
screen.
Up throw has Zamazenta bumped the enemy
Also, what a
down towards
fucking waste
Zacian,
for
propelling
Zamazenta
into
in the
further
moveset.
attacks up
Like,
to
Jesus Christ.
70% or so. Then their down throw has Zacian jump backwards slightly, toss the opponent in between them mid-jump, and both legendaries lunge forward and strike simultaneously, dealing strong enough knockback to KO outright at high percents, especially when your back is at the ledge. And thanks to the extra assistance, all 4 throws.
Is this a video for the
really
fucking
high
blind?
damage for their rolls.
I feel like this
Yes.
is like a audio help video for the fucking blind.
From the games. Intrepid Sword grants a short-lasting buff to damage dealt, but not knockback, upon
Audio jungle.
respawning after losing a stock. The catch? The buff kicks in the moment you reappear, while you're still on the revival platform, forcing you to choose whether to jump back into the fray immediately and hope you can get your offense going, or wait longer to plan out your next move, or stall out an enemy buff, or limit or arsene, or etc., but be less capable of capitalizing on your enhanced damage. And how about some taunts as well? One where Zacian takes as classic a heroic pose as you can get when you're a quadruped. One where she performs a quick sword flourish.
Oh my god, a visual!
Of the move Swords Dance, and an obligatory howl. But not just your typical one.
Visual
specifically
idea
the
jump
free
scare.
note howl that shows up all over the place.
Visualization.
in Sword and
Me when I
Shield's music.
visualize.
All right.
That was it.
I've been saying
That's
this.
it. We saw 3 pictures. We saw 3 fucking pictures. And they were all shitty animations from the actual game.
Is more than just some sword fighter. And while we've gone over some interesting stuff already,
Can I get some, like, keys or something?
Standout abilities reach their truest strength.
I need some keys.
And we start at neutral with.
I need to
it sounds
kill.
generic, but it's much more than that.
You have the soundboard,
Secret
please.
Sword is a rare technique.
I
in
don't
the
have
series
that
proper.
one.
Infusing
Oh,
a blade
give me
or
some
blade
Dracula
of
flow.
aura and striking your target for moderately strong
One
physical
moment, one
fighting
moment,
type
one
damage
moment.
that ignores any defensive buffs. For our version, pressing it
This
once
shit
without
ain't
dodging
nothing to
and
me,
begin
man.
Drawing energy into her sword.
I
More
live
charge,
for this
more
shit.
brilliantly the sword begins to glow.
Ah,
at 4 different
the
levels of power.
worms.
Press B again to
Ah,
launch forward, release
the
the arrow out of the
worms.
blade's tip to extend its reach and perform a
I don't
rising
wanna
slash
kill.
that cleaves through any
Oh, so
arrow
this
or
looks
any
more like a
projectile
side
in its
special.
way. You can even store the charge by shielding, holding it at whatever power level you made it
Oh,
to.
it's a charge
And
move.
full
Okay, I
charge
guess
would cause
that
the sword to
counts.
radiate
Standard.
power. The slash
Whatever.
itself would use
Fairly
that really cool blue and copper
lukewarm.
color scheme from Gen 7, with its range and damage going up with each of the 4 stages of charge, starting off with something close to the range of Shulk's forward air, and eventually reaching nearly half the length of battlefield at full power.
Oh, that sounds fucking balanced.
Non-projectile
Yeah,
attack with
yeah,
a sto-
yeah. You remember the time where the fucking Rushdown character had the ability to fucking hit you from halfway across the battlefield? Yeah, me too. Yeah, I fucking remember that. Yeah, I remember it in the Never Happened.
horrible charge, Sacred Sword is a major piece in Zacian's ability to zone break despite being such a big target.
Zone break while zoning herself, apparently.
Cutting through projectile walls at mid-range and punishing the foe who threw them.
Magneto? No, Magneto's got decent range, but he's not like fucking Sentinel.
In one fell swoop. The more you've charged it, the more reach you have to cancel out opposing attacks with. And since the aura
Magneto's also like made of tissue paper.
extending from the sword is a long disjoint and not a projectile, it cancels out opposing projectiles that aren't significantly stronger without being stopped itself, and it can't be reflected either. That said,
What you are describing does not sound like a tool a Rushdown character would ever need. The Rushdown character's biggest tool in any fight is their mobility, their fast dash, their high traction, their ability to force people into mix-ups and open people up by force if necessary. Why does the Rushdown character need a move like this? All the more credence to believe that he doesn't understand what a Rushdown character is. I mean, if his definition of grappler at the beginning of the video wasn't anything to fucking go by, I don't think he knows what these archetypes are.
this move does require you to prep it in advance to get the most out of it, with a slower than average charge animation no less. And there's enough end lag on it that it wouldn't combo into anything and might just get you punished if you swing at the wrong time. And, in what shouldn't be any surprise at this point, it doesn't KO.
In what part of her gameplay would this work? Like, straight up, like, what part of her gameplay, what?
Deep breath. Deep breath.
Oh my god.
Take a deep breath and articulate, sir.
At what point in a rushdown character's playstyle would they ever need or use a tool like this? The big thing, shut up, Train. The big thing about the big thing about rushdown characters is that they are almost always predominantly strong at close range, mainly because they usually have short overall range. They do not have the tools to fight a long range fight, so they force a close range battle as much as physically possible. As a result, a rushdown character having a tool that discourages them from playing that rushdown loop is bad character design. And again, it genuinely feels like you either didn't want to make this character rushdown, or you don't know what rushdowns do.
Until later than you'd expect. In hindsight, it's kind of similar to one of Byla's specials, but with
I got gravy on my gut. Hello, Tazza.
Disjoint when charged, and less
Hey,
power.
Tazza.
Pure coincidence, though.
Don't mind me. I'm fucking just. I'm in the thick of it right now.
You want a monster coffee?
Something other than a sword.
No.
Right? For this one,
I'd probably be nice though.
That fairy typing to use.
I do. You want the entirety of 1,000 pill bottle?
Blast is a high-powered, non-physical attack.
Not open.
What, hang on. I gotta hear the description of why this rushdown character has a fucking side special projectile.
What are the odds? Rosashian's side special will be using something other than a sword. I know, right? For this one, we're putting that fairy typing to use. A staple on many fairy types movesets, Moonblast is a high-powered, non-physical attack with a moderate chance of debuffing the target's own special attack stat. Press forward and B, and Zacian turns her gaze skyward as an apparition of the moon appears above her, signifying her channeling its power. A glowing ball of magic moves outward from it and travels straight forward, picking up speed the way Din's fire does. Once it begins...
I got some edibles, you want that? They're watermelon flavored. That sounds fantastic. I hope they mix well with alcohol.
Probably would. You're probably going to crossfade a little bit.
The orb to halt in place and call down a pillar of mana on the...
Why does the rushdown character need this? Both specials so far have been something that makes Zacian stop to do some weird shit that takes away from her offense. I'm dreading what the other moves are, I'm not gonna lie.
Blindside anyone standing below it. The moves
skibbity
the orb appear about a full hop.
Oh, send me there in Ohio, me please.
The magic pillar can pass through platforms, but not stage surfaces.
Don't worry, Mitch McConnell will eat your children.
Impact with the stage, and even create a
Ohio
small
town.
secondary shockwave. Where Sacred Sword helps break through at mid-range, Moonblast is Zacian's answer to long-range zoners and anyone who tries to camp her out. Call upon...
You're a rushdown character! You are designed to get in that fucker's face! You don't need to worry about them zoning you out because you are designed to not get zoned out. Oh, God.
Oh, I'm fucking dying!
I'm at a loss of fucking words at this point. I'm just gonna scream. I'm back. What did I miss? I want to die.
Just say nothing. And nothing of value was lost.
You know what? You're right. Nothing is probably the best answer.
and nothing of value was lost.
Sunflower.
On the moon to answer their cowardice and force them to deal with you face to face. It's also a decent edgeguarding tool, though you'll never get the strongest from it.
Fucking neck hurts so bad right now.
Are you shrimping?
Off stage,
no.
Recovery is notably bad.
I fucking pulled something in my back earlier today. It hurt like a pop or something.
That's one type utilized, but how about the other?
Now it's like radiating up the side of my fucking head.
Let's pull from some lore. In the games, Ironhead is a decently strong physical steel-type attack, most notable for its 30% chance to stagger an opponent slower than you and deny them a chance to act that turn.
Yes.
Zacian's metal-bending powers come into play on this one, starting with a metallic chime and a pulse of energy as she pulls metal particles from the surrounding air to reinforce her helm, followed by a forward charge in whatever direction you hold. But that initial pulse has an extra effect. A weak hit that stuns anyone too close for a short duration and denies them the chance to stop you from recovering while also sending them.
Delzathan, you have some serious fucking balls to insult Brawl fans' design philosophy when you are giving me something that he has done before in some way, shape, or form. The moment I heard that, the thing that immediately came to my mind was, oh good, we have Spiritomb at home.
Spiritomb at home.
You've got some serious fucking balls trying to talk down about Brawl fans' ideals and when it comes to his character design. When you're out here making something like this, holy hell, brother. Jesus Christ. No. No, you shouldn't stun somebody when you use the move. Why do you have a recovery move that fucking stuns people? Yes, I too would like to edgeguard for free, please. Thank you very much.
Edging.
Please tell me this pulse doesn't go through shields.
Ought to get hit by the dash itself. In practice, it's kind of similar to Firefox or Ridley's Wing Blitz with some added defense, and recovery distance comparable to the former, maybe slightly less. Ironhead is a pretty solid recovery move, whose greatest upside is the ability to turn the tables on aggressive edge guards and clear the way for you to get back to stage safely.
What did Delston say about Brawl Fan? Basically, you know, talking down the fact that he has a very casual mindset when he is very competitive and understands all the internal mechanics of your average Smash game. Yes, Tauza, goon guarding.
Can we get that term officially like put in fighting game tournaments?
It also works as a landing mix-up against anyone who gets overzealous.
It's an omnidirectional stun move. It's an omnidirectional stun into dash.
It's about trying.
Again, I ask. First off, no, this design does not need to be in Smash and should not be in Smash because it sucks. But why does the Rushdown character need this?
Because your character has to have a tool for everything, no matter what kind of archetype they are. Just make it homogenized.
No, you should die.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
To juggle you and lets their guard down, or even as one of Zacian's only viable out-of-shield punishes. But the stun doesn't
coin it goon guarding.
Meaning it doesn't protect you much.
I can't coin it. It's Taz's term.
In general.
Technically, he hasn't coined it yet, so technically, by law,
nah, he should be the one allowed to coin it. He came up with it.
You'll hit if you use it for anything other than
this is America.
But despite everything we've seen so far, sometimes your own.
Okay, a lot of. Is this going to get any better? Please tell me, because usually when we get to the down special, that's where I'm the most worried, because most of these movesets, when it comes to the down special, that's where they fumble the worst. So I'm a little...
Guardian.
It's my turn to run into the ground as I please.
Abilities as a fighter just aren't enough.
I should you when you put it like that.
That's why it pays to have a...
This is America. Well, let's change the subject. This is now Germany.
Backup plan, because when the going gets tough, you can call in some help. One of the weirder moves out there, Metal Burst is a counterattack that requires you take a hit first, then returns fire for 1.5 times the damage. While it works on both physical and special attacks, it doesn't guarantee you'll act second, meaning it only works if your opponent is faster than you. Oh, and Zacian can't actually learn this one naturally, but she's not the one using it. On use, Zacian braces herself in preparation for an enemy attack. If she's struck by something, Zamazenta warps in at the last second to block the hit, stunning any enemy nearby and transferring the kinetic energy from the blow into his shield. Then he rears back, stomps down, and unleashes the stored power from his shield with a deafening clang and a silver energy explosion. But it's not just the unique animation that makes this move different from other counterattacks, because the stronger the hit Zamazenta repels, the bigger
Why does the Zone Breaker have a counter?
Regular bomb, but if you block something really powerful, well, you've seen how big
Zamazenta, my man, you are being just squandered.
Metal Burst shines in matchups against
Not to mention it makes no sense.
Especially in team matches and free.
I mean, I literally also said as well, it's a case of gives a character everything so that way they can do everything.
But the worst part is that this is the dude who prides himself on not being like those people.
The more capable it is of relieving pressure,
well,
giving yourself some breathing room.
There's this thing called a mirror.
Forcing your opponents to keep it in mind.
Oh, dude, you'll ghost that fucking mirror.
The weakness of doing absolutely nothing to stop a grab, and it also had below average startup for a counter, requiring you save it for when you know your opponent's about to try something foolish.
A rush down with a counter like Roy. Roy is a very specific design, and that's only because he was based off of Marth.
For Zacian's final smash, we turn to a move.
It was a really weird circumstance.
And with a little additional help. Empowered by
like, that's the thing you gotta realize, it comes down to circumstance and how it was made at the time.
Yeah. Roy literally only has a counter because he was based off of Marth.
And it's just kind of a Fire Emblem thing now.
Yeah,
for the most
that
part. Robin's the outlier. Does Robin have a counter?
No.
Yeah, Robin's like the outlier.
Byleth doesn't have one either.
Sword and Zamazenta's shield attain their full power and grow to massive size. The pair
don't worry about it. Nobody likes Byleth.
No, they do. No. They have a counter. They have the toilet counter.
No, you don't.
Blade and
they get rid of it?
They
never had one.
The two ultimate attacks connecting at once with devastating.
I like how we're talking about Byleth when this is on the screen.
Heroes howl in victory as the energy disperses.
But it's like the most expected final smash you could possibly give them, and probably the only thing about this moves that I've seen is okay.
Effect, in reference to their signature moves dealing double damage to Dynamaxed opponents and their
I like Byleth too.
Giant opponents struck by the
He's
final
okay.
hit of this final smash are
it's just
in an instant.
I'm kind of fucking sick and tired of Fire Emblem characters.
Could bring to Smash. A living legend from the pages of fairy tales returned
oh my God, is it over?
To save the realm of Galar.
That's
from
it?
Its darkest day.
I miss my wife Tails.
Skill with the sword, power over magic,
oh, hang on, I got you.
And a little extra help from her counterpart. Her presence in battle is.
I miss my wife Tails. I miss her a lot.
We've ever seen before. Zacian's greatest strength lies in her amazing mobility and means to break through and disrupt any attempts to stifle her offense, which sounds like something that shouldn't be possible for a fighter her size until you see it in action. This is combined with some impressive...
Wouldn't having high power mixed with a low weight value accentuate her impact and potentially give her the possibility of being a glass cannon? If you really want to go with a design that befits the fucking nutty-ass powerhouse that is Zacian.
Along with Rushdown, because those kind of go hand in hand.
Why does the Rushdown character need to be a super heavyweight? Why? Why is this necessary? What were you thinking for half of these moves? I can't even judge the moves because there's nothing to judge. You can tell me how good the McChicken you had last night was, but if I wasn't there to fucking taste test it, how the fuck am I supposed to know how good it was?
You just had to be there.
Just had to be there. And guess what?
Just had to be
I
there.
can't be there.
You just had to be there.
Roy is a middleweight. Yeah, but he's a middleweight. He's not 117. He's like 95.
damage output, thanks in no small part to an intricate and flexible set of combos and strings that allow you to adapt your advantage state to suit the situation. And due to being very heavy, very mobile, and with pretty nice recovery and surprisingly decent landing,
This is the first time I've seen this moveset in its entirety. I'm used to him just trying to fucking shill the idea that Zacian was like the front runner of Gen 9's newcomers for Smash. Because again, it's his idea, so he has to constantly shove it in your fucking face every opportunity he gets. This is fucking awful. This... I want to remember, there was somewhere I heard a joke where there was like along the lines of taking a shit on your desk and taking a picture of it and presenting it to Pixar as your magnum opus. That's how I feel about this. Like, it's just in the context of this, like, this is what he was pushing for. This is what he wanted to happen in the game. This is the thing that, like, I heard about for months on fucking months on end. Oh my god. Like, this moveset is nothing. Like, objectively speaking, it's nothing. There's nothing here. This is the rice cakes of moveset design on this platform. There's nothing... That's it. That's all I have to say. There's nothing here. Like this... The other movesets were weird and quirky and whatever and a little bit all over the fucking place. This one is the first one where I'm like, watching this was a complete and utter waste of my fucking time.
Until I came here.
Like... Did you make this?
No. I think I could probably make something better, actually.
Probably.
Because I understand how game design works and what makes a character interesting and fun and what makes sense to have shit work with each other to synergize. And not fart it up my ass.
Like, there's nothing to this. It's just, you want the definition of slop? Well, this isn't slop, it's fucking sludge. Congratulations. You went one step further. You're not slop, you're sludge.
Where's the fucking lamb sauce?
Surviving the very
this
high
moveset is so fucking raw.
Turn around a bad situation. However, she's still a huge target and a fast faller with
until you came here,
options,
correct,
meaning
Joe.
she can be threatened and comboed right back if put on her back
Look,
foot.
I can obviously get my insight on this kind of shit, and half the shit I see when people come out with movesets seems kind of just... I mean, maybe it's not my place to say anything, but I'm just like, man, it looks not that well cooked, and like, yeah, I can see what people are going for, but it's just like, shit. Or slop, if we want to be more, you know...
Sludge. I like the term sludge.
Sludge. If we want to, you know, be kinder and...
I don't want to be kind. I want to say what this is.
The ones that are popular to talk.
Because he's not going to fucking listen to me. Even if he fucking, by some miracle of a chance, watches this, there's no way he's going to retain any form of information because he never does. He never has. Even on subjects that are so much simpler to understand, trying to convey anything that's not his opinion back to him is a waste of fucking time. To which I say, your video is a waste of my fucking time.
Something need doing?
Sorry. I agree, sir. Something does need doing. Doing bare fucking designs, I need to go take a shit. They're not related. Sorry.
Damn.
Like, I am just, like, I am so fucking done with that moveset. Oh my god, that was the worst one today. That was the worst thing today. Like, easily.
Slop.
All this talk about being a competitive player, and this is what you have to fucking show for it. A disgusting showing. Do better. Improve. Actually retain something that isn't your fucking ego. Fucking moron.
I think he's a bit drunk, boys and girls. Boy is flabbergasted. That car is rimming by my house. Bro, I'm just here, bro. I'm just like literally vibing, bro. Literally. Like for real. Also, I'm gonna be going out here to see a movie. Movies. No, he didn't slam his door. His door kind of is loud like that. It was Mike. He probably moved it around a bit. Like I said, I'm just there, hanging around. I'm gonna be going out to see the new Twister movie and Deadpool. It's a drive-in movie theater. So I won't be home till like probably like 1 o'clock at night because it's going on for a while. Oh my god. Pardon me, I need to stand up and do a few things too.
I'm back.
Welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dude, I think I want to end the stream.
If that may not be a bad idea because you sound already harshly tipsy.
It's not just tipsy. All that my sinuses hurt, and my back hurts, and just watching that fucking video just like demotivated the living shit out of me. Like I'm sorry, but like I said, like let's go for like another hour. I don't know if I can. Like it's just.
To be fair, you go for technically, I guess this breaks in between for about 5 hours.
Yeah, roughly.
That's pretty good, I'd say. And people wonder why you wanted to call it Slop.
Yeah, I think I've definitively proven that the title would have made sense.
Toil mortal.
Like, oh my god, it was so bad. And the thing I hate the most about it is that it was just nothing. Like, at least if the moveset was bad, we could have laughed at it. But, like, it was just nothing. And the little that he showed was just, like, so poorly designed and so not well thought out for what the character was supposed to be. It's just like, I'm sorry, but, like, this is bad. I cannot tell you that, like, you've made a good decision here. You have completely and utterly, like, wasted my time and the time of everybody watching. And you have the fucking gall to be out here insulting Fwee-fwees for doing the shit that you do, you fucking kettle. I don't care if you want to call yourself the pot or the kettle. I don't care. You're one of them. And I'll read Delzathan's regarded take on Fwee-fwees. Just give me a second to pull it up. Snapped this when I was in fucking Florida. BJ's videos come from a more casual perspective, and some of the design choices show it. Sometimes he leads hard on stuff that sounds cool on the surface level, but will be a huge hassle to actually implement. You know, like having a giant fucking model be summoned for all your throws, or literally like 90% of the moveset that we saw. Like weapon/stance swapping for entire alternative versions of the aim attacks, or giving characters certain mobility options or extra mechanics meant to feel exactly like they are in their games. Fucker, that's exactly what you were doing with this moveset. I'm sorry, you can't see it. I'm sorry, hang on. Fucking excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah, it's from Pizza's Discord. Who gives a shit?
I mean, just
the people in that server are too stupid to take a hint that they've made some very poor choices in who they support. Those Spurs can live with their mistakes. Or giving characters certain mobility options or extra mechanics that are meant to feel exactly like they are in their games, but without the checks and balances needed to keep them from being overpowered, or campy, or otherwise toxic to play against. Ah, yes, you mean like a recovery special that instantly stuns people? Do you mean like a fucking recovery special that fucking stuns on hit? Or better yet, how about a fucking physical charge attack for a rushdown character that covers half the battlefield? Oh yeah, you mean like that? Since I've been actively playing Ultimate competitively since launch, there's that I'm competitive so I know what I'm talking about. I have a level of awareness of those design pitfalls, and I try to account for them.
Bruh.
I fucking can't with you. You walking fucking contradiction. You fucking embarrassment to this community. Holy Jesus Christ. Oh my god, where was I? I also think that he relies on restriction-free polling to decide who to make videos for next, causes the quality of his designs to be less consistent. Sometimes he clearly isn't super familiar with a character and gives them moves or other ideas that don't fit them very well because of it. Oh yeah, you mean like turning Zero into a footsie character? Or turning Meowscarada into a half-zoner? You mean like that? You mean going completely and totally against the design philosophy of those characters and everything they've ever been a part of since their inception? This is one reason why I limit my Patreon Challenger polls to 3 options at a time. Not only does it make the polls easier to follow, I can make sure all 3 options are characters I'm confident I can create a compelling fighter design for. There's more to this conversation. Hang on. Pull up the Delzton collection to find it. Fuck. Oh yeah. I don't hate him or anything. He's just naturally a rival for me because he does similar content with a bigger base of subscribers, and I want to rise up to reach that point.
That sounds like jealousy, and only jealousy.
Let me give you a wonderful piece of fucking advice, Delzathan, or whatever the fuck your real name is. Seth. Well, I don't care. Half of the reason that BJ is as... what's the word I'm looking for?
Entertaining.
Entertaining's not the word, no. Appealing is his personality. Is that he is a genuinely nice and open person, that while his designs may not be the greatest, the dude underneath all of it is not a bad person. I have a fucking list of shit to prove that you are a bad fucking person. And if you want to ever get to Brawl Fans level, fix yourself. Forget your content. Forget anything and everything. If there was ever anything that you didn't ghost in your pathetic fucking life, fix yourself. Because I am so sick and tired of you treating other people like garbage for the smallest of reasons. I'm so sick and tired of you being a walking contradiction for anything and everything that you do. I am so sick and tired of you just being a cunt. I'm not saying like get a therapist, but maybe take a few months off the internet and think about the way you treat people. Because I'm really sick and tired of you doing this to people that don't fucking deserve it. And if you want, and a lovely thing that I snagged, not related to Delzathan, but something that made me immediately think of him is this statement here. And it's very true. Being great at fighting games doesn't automatically make you a good game designer that would make competent changes to a game, unlike what many top players on this site seem to believe. I think this came from a thread on Twitter that was talking about like fighting game hot takes or something along those lines. I saw this and I immediately thought of him. Because this guy is exactly what he is. He thinks that because he plays at a low tier level, because let's be realistic here, locals are low tier plays. Locals are not high or mid tier gaming. You are just a bunch of people going to hang out at a place to play the fucking game together. And sometimes money is involved. It is low. What does this have to do with movesets? It has everything to do with him. Because I just finished watching something that was so fucking awful I'm physically fucking upset at how bad that video was. Someone should document this shit. My brother in Christ, don't worry, I already have. Holy shit, I am so fucking done right now. Ugh. There's no point in making a video on it, because people won't listen. They hang around this fucker every day in Pizza's Discord and on the Source Gaming Discord, I'm pretty sure. And those guys are just as questionable as Delston is in a lot of ways. They see it. Again, everything I took is from a public server. You could join Pizza's Discord at any time and search those messages and they'll be there. So, telling these people that this happens, why? They already know. They just don't care. Ugh. You underestimate the power of those videos? Nah.
And also, it's such a small non-issue that it's so micro in scope that no one really cares.
Yeah, like, wow, the guy with 30,000 subs in a community that's rampant for a bunch of problems is a massive fucking douchebag. What a shock. It's going to do very much.
Like I said, it's not even the drama, it's the issue. It's just more or less people don't care. It's like a literal non-issue. Unless this person is actually, you know, doing the far worse shit, no one's gonna care.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how it's always been.
Is Pizza's Discord public? I tried looking for it. You have to, like, join from a link in, like, his videos, but yeah, it's pretty much public.
That's how I joined.
No, I think I legit, like, need to rest. Like, that was just too much.
Yeah, I think you really exerted yourself there, brother.
I don't regret anything I said. If any people don't like it,
don't care, didn't ask, cry about it, stay mad, get real, L mold seed cope.
Man, shut the fuck up, nerd.
But yeah, like, I'm done for the day.
I'm probably gonna come back from the movie and everyone I know is gonna be asleep.
I'm surprised you didn't go already.
It is until like 8.
Oh.
And we have to go around 6:45. Hopefully I can finish this Mythic Run of Siege Rogormor.
For what?
Get heirlooms and shit. His mount. I'm at the dinosaur right now, so it shouldn't be much longer. Granted, I've died every pull because I'm being carried from that one friend. That's about it. But yeah. Mayhaps.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm like borderline questioning if I should just like not do this tomorrow too.
That's why the alcohol should be in moderation and gradually.
I had like one drink today, Joe.
Bruh. You saying you wasted, bro? What the heck?
I'm not wasted. I'm clearly not wasted. How am I able to formulate my opinion so well?
But it definitely does bring out the more forward thoughts.
I definitely channeled my inner Zesty today. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'll let you guys know if I continue this tomorrow. I have a feeling that like this is like not gonna happen. Like the one part is more than enough. Like, what do I even need to say? Like, it was just, oh my god. Like this is the dude that just goes out of his way to just belittle people and treat other moveset creators like shit. And this is the stuff that he's creating. It's fucking embarrassing. Like, holy Jesus Christ. Like, just like, I don't think you should quit, but I definitely think you need like to reevaluate your situation. And for those of you that are they're like supporting him when he does shit like this, get help. Like, your strap is get help. You're the people that should be a psychiatrist, not him. Maybe next week. Maybe, I don't know. Again, I'll keep you informed if you're a part of my Discord. If you're not, you can join through the description below. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. I was having fun up until that fucking Delston moveset. I really was.
If not, mayhap the best thing to do is not review any of his videos.
Yeah, I think I might have to. Remove him.
That would be the big veto. I was gonna say something worse, but...
Oh yeah, I guess to end, the reason I use the white woman joke is because Delston is weirdly obsessed with dogs. And like all of the characters that he's pushed for really hard are just like basic dogs with like no noble personalities. And it's a little weird, and yeah. I hope he doesn't have any pets. Okay, good night.
Good night. White woman.
Don't you ever fucking call me that ever again.